in audio, 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 audio, in audio, in audio, in audio, in audio.
Yo, what is up, people? That's the alarm. That's the alert. Thing. That's the thing. The thing that does all the stuff with all the people and the things. Shit's crazy. Crazy, I tell you. What's crazy? I'm back. Yeah, I've been gone way too long. Been out of it, doing the stuff. Give it some shout outs to the chat. We got Bad Vibes. What's up? I see you. What's up? We got the King Leak. Claiming, making these wild claims. Yo, Silver Ogre. Interesting. Watching a debate. Hey, but I'm glad to see you're live and streaming. Yeah, dude, it's great to see you. Great to see you. We got Sexy Rick. Cross Comics, man, dude. Been way too long. Yeah, way too long. Nuts, man. It's been a heck of a year. What it was. Heck of a year. Still getting over some seasonal plague. Getting the last vestiges out. I'll get some drawing done. See if I can get some stuff that's good enough for throw up a time lapse. A few different bands, artists I'm working with, showcase some music with some art. Hopefully, entertain some people, get them ducats, get them monies, get them delicious monies. Dude, Rick, for real, man. Real. You let me know if you want to come up here, bro. Oh, we got Bad Vibes in the backstage. I'll let you in here in just a minute. So, yeah, no, I've been gone for, just about a year. It was a brutal year. Kind of had to get my shit together. But I needed to happen. I needed to knock off a nasty attitude that I had towards myself that was destroying production, destroying my ability to produce, and just lost my dog after a pretty rough battle with cancer. That sucker, he just refused to go, never wanted to go. He wanted to be the dog forever. Perpetual puppy, what I used to call him. That hit a ton of bricks, but is what it is. Been working on stuff in the back with Paul Roper, Dan Fogarty, and Ben on Omniverse Incursion Entertainment, building a company over there, and just kind of putting all that back together and keeping that moving forward. World War Hell, 21 Demons, Shadow Saint, and working with King Leak on get Neon Revenant rolling and get that out to you. It's a fantastic story, and I can't wait to bring it out to all y'all. So Bad Vibes, there you are. All right, without further ado, let me bring in the man himself. What's up, dude?
Not much.
Bad Vibes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Hey, Rick, what's up? Sorry,
can you
guys,
hear
I
me?
just had to... Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you hear me all right?
Yes. Okay.
All right. Rick, what's up, my ninja?
Not much.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
Oh, so good to see you, man. Good to see you guys. Good to
Yeah.
have you here.
It's been a year for me, too. A year and a half,
real?
really.
Now,
Yeah, no,
not-
for real. Let me...
not to go on too far off track here, but is it just me, or is everybody kind of feeling optimistic this early in the year?
Yeah.
Just kind of where things are going.
Yeah, no, it's turning around. Last year was
Absolute crap.
brutal.
Yeah.
It was brutal. Like, I don't know if I've ever... Well, I mean, I've gotten some beatdowns from life, but that definitely ranks in the top 5 of just. I think that one was more brutal because it was more sustained. It wasn't like,
Right.
oh, okay, yeah, here's something bad, and it's gonna take a month or two to recover from it, because it was bad. It was just like, dude, it was like getting in the ring with Tyson and just having him knock me around for a little while. Yeah. And speaking of which, we all know that he handed that one to Paul.
Okay, I'm going to be, I'm not on the side of per se the conspiracy theorists per se, but Tyson did underperform of what I seen him during his practice.
It was an exhibition fight. I mean, it didn't count for nothing, and it's like, it's more like, give the young buck a leg up.
I
That's
would
what
have
it really
liked to,
looked like.
honestly, I would have liked to seen a little bit more effort. Especially on Tyson's part.
I think if Tyson actually gave a crap about the whole thing, I think it would have been over in the first round. And when it wasn't over in the first round, and I saw him underperforming in that first round, I was like, oh, okay. This is for lulls. This is for shit.
Well, you know that Tyson actually in the early part, he goofed. He was putting on a good show in the first part, and when he brought that uppercut, right? That was not intentional, but that was probably a half blow, and I think that rung Logan's bell.
It did. It was the old man saying to him, like, dude, if I wanted this, it would be mine.
Yeah.
It was quite obvious, and it was like, okay, cool. The rest of this is all just an
because after that, Logan stayed well out of arm's reach,
and rightly so.
that was probably if you were to stop the fight right there, that would have been enough for me.
Yeah, that would have been I would have been all she wrote. Yeah.
But
dang this cat, man, he is making the rounds, begging for attention.
Now hold on. I'm going to play devil's cat advocate. I'm an animal lover. I have a cat myself. Mine happens to be a trucker cat that spent a year on the road, but I digress. Is your cat, because you're sitting here talking about your dog, and I'm sure you still have some feels there. You think maybe your cat's being a little empathetic?
Yeah, well, he actually and the dog were actually pals, which is really funny because most of the other pets all hated the dog. So that is what it was. And of course,
so you're talking about his buddy. Come on.
Yeah, my wife is definitely a dog person, so she went and got another dog.
Oh, we lost Bad Vibe.
Uh-oh. Let me go back over to the thing. There he is. We lost him. I think they're having technical difficulties. They will need to connect their mic.
There we go. For whatever reason, my mic kicked off. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why it did that.
I wonder if this announcement has anything to do with an amazing artist that we've got working on the project.
Oh,
Absolutely
who's that?
Amazing. Oh, King Leek. He's the creator of Neon Revenant. And that's interesting. That is reversed, but the other one isn't reversed. So I'm gonna have to go into OBS and fix. Let's see here. Or we're gonna do. Nope. Now we're gonna transfer.
Now, look. Right now, I'm still working on artists, but one of the things that I have come across, and now I know that what I'm going to talk about is controversial, so I apologize. Yeah. I am using AI. I'm using AI. I found an AI that, and yes, I'm paying for. It's called Starry AI, and this it has a lot of different options. My avatar that I'm using right now is what I think I pretty well landed on. It's a nice blend of all the ones that you and couple of other people helped me develop, and I think that my avatar is a nice blend of everything I want for bad vibes,
Okay.
like the primary character. And it was an art style. It's not even a comic art style. It's called Warm Cottage or something like that. It's almost a kid style, more of an adult kids storybook style art.
Mm-hmm.
And I came across that. I think, and this is I think where my brain has been. I'm used. It to me it reminds me a lot of the 90s, maybe the early 2000s DC style art that they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where my mind's going for what I want. And I don't know if I'll ever find an artist that can match that. I'm not saying I
Right.
can't. Ethan Van Schreiber is probably the closest still in our sphere, but yeah.
Yeah. No, he's definitely. Well, I mean, he's definitely got that piece.
Well,
Well, yeah. I mean,
somebody that might be able to match it because he can do quite a few different styles is John Dillard.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's one of the things is, and I'm not trying to take anything away from any artists out there that really know what they're doing. But that's one of the reasons I do like AI right now, because the amount of money that I would need to pay an actual living, breathing artist to do a lot of the stuff and just tweak it and everything else. I mean, it's hard to communicate what you want from your mind to paper,
Right.
just to yourself, let alone to somebody else. At least in AI, you have a whole lot of chances to screw it up, and some of these tools are actually letting you kind of morph things as you move. Star AI does that, and lets you put something back
Well, I mean,
else back in.
when you're working, like when you're working in the early stages of things, um, I always tell when I'm doing developmental work with clients, I always tell them, I'm like, get a Pinterest together. That was the old way. Get a Pinterest together. Give me ideas of what you're working with here. Now it's like, well, you can just grab a whole bunch of AI prompts and toss that to your artist and go, okay, good. You grab your red pen, you circle things as needed. Be like, all right, so I like this, I like that, I like this, and I like this, and then you go get a human to work on it. And you end up saving a ton of money, and especially when you're working like developmental stage. That's
Well,
very, very important.
yeah, well, and that's something that I think artists are. Let me word this a little more carefully. A lot of the artists that might be hesitant to let AI into their sphere of influence, right?
Right.
Because, okay, and I get it. Oh, you're taking jobs away from actual human artists, and I'm going. Wait a minute, no. We're taking a lot of work off your plate so that you can focus on the end product, not the beginning product. Because
Right.
how
No, I
much
see where you're
time
coming from.
how much time do you figure? And you've done a little bit of art working on plot decks.
Mm-hmm.
How much time do you figure is in the development stage versus the end product stage?
Oh, dude, development stage is so incredibly long, especially if you're doing it right. You're getting these ideas. I think one of the best quotes I've ever had from one of my clients was, "This is exactly what I wanted. I hate it."
And that's probably the other side is what we see in our head, and until it hits paper, it sounds cool and it looks cool until it hits paper. And that's one of the other problems is what looks cool in one style of art may not look right in another. And and that's the other problem is, okay, I have a few ideas. What can I live with? What can't I? and this is where I think I need to keep playing because I'm going, okay, I want, that 90s 2000 DC aesthetic. Am I going to be able to get it? And an artist who can match that. And if I can't, what kind of style? What kind of style fits design works with an artist I can find? That's because and I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody, but here a while back, somebody was one of the bigger names in indie right now. I can't remember what it was. It's been about a year and a half or 2 years. They were saying, make it look good and make it look professional. And I'm going back and I'm going through comics over the years. I'm like, wait a minute. Let's just go back to 1980, what was it, 86, 87, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, right?
Right.
Do you remember the art style for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics? It really was. It was. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. I think the art per se, I think there's a certain aspect of the evolution of the art and the style that some people, they want to see that growth. Because you take good example is Star Trek, right? Star Trek, when it started, it was literally bargain basement, special effects,
right.
Glitter and water and all this, and just make it work, right? And then we get into, and then it gets to the peak, and I say peak in not so much per se storytelling, but in the visual, you get to the peak of Enterprise, okay?
Right.
And I think I think in terms of the visuals, the Enterprise was peak. And since then, it's just kind of gone downhill from there because everybody's expecting more and more. And now it's gotten almost so far away from real that it's like, I can't watch this.
Oh, dude, no, yeah, no, it's been so heavily reimagined instead of like I said, I was like, one, Discovery was garbage. But the aesthetic would have been more appropriate for a new next generation, than it would have been to go back in time.
Yeah,
because it's just like it was just so heavily crap.
Well, and that's kind of where I give Vic Mignogna a lot of credit. He, the man, almost identically reproduced everything Star Trek.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Done.
Now, one thing I'll say, okay, if I don't see another Star Trek again,
It'll be too soon.
Picard. Well, but Picard season 3 was the absolute best ending note of any Star Trek. It closed them all off. All the next gen stuff. Yeah. It ended it right there. It was perfect because you've seen Voyager, Defiant, Enterprise D sitting in dry dock, and you knew that that's the end of the story, and it couldn't have ended. I don't think you could ended it better, because I think if you were to take Next Generation, any of them early, Next Generation, Voyager, and DS9, it all came down to 90% of it was artificial life and how you dealt with it. And Data was actually, I think Data in one form or another was a part of almost every one of those seasons in either by mention or subtly, like Doc Zimmer. Why was and that was one of my complaints. You remember when he wrote that Holo novel, and he was trying to get his rights back for the book. Why are they even relitigating that same? Basically, it's the same case that Data had just gotten done litigating. 8 years before?
Yeah, no, it was recycled storyline. Yeah,
and I don't see how they would take a step backwards with a hologram when the computer is of a starship is nearly as advanced as Data, and has proven with like Moriarty and whatnot that consciousness can be achieved.
Right. Well, I mean, and they did that. They've done that a few times. I mean, even in the original series when Professor Daystrom comes up with the new AI captain program that goes rogue and starts shooting because it's like, well, you know what? War games are real, I'm a simulation, so all simulations are real. And for its time, that's just pretty profound.
I said, heck, we've been touching kind of on it in roundabouts ways since I think what was the movie? Older movie, Metropolis, I think it was.
Oh yeah. It goes back for. I mean, we can take it back to what Samuel Butler, I think that was his name. The reason why there's Butlerian jihad. Yeah, in Dune.
And wasn't Butler what Asimov based some of his work off of?
Yep, and that guy was a guy talking about machines in the Industrial Revolution,
Well, okay. Well, actually, we can take it one further. Okay, to a certain extent, not John Henry Irons. Excuse me.
Yeah. Versus the mechanical rail machine.
Yeah.
The digging machine.
So it goes back to the old idea. There's really no true original stories left. Just perspectives of that story.
Right. Well, and then we can trace it back even further to like Pygmalion. The Greek tragedy.
Well, and even some of the stuff that they've been finding. What was it here? I was watching. I think it was Discovery. They found what looked like an early brass computer from
the
God knows when.
Device. The Antikythera mechanism. Yeah, no, that stuff's pretty wild.
So I mean,
I got to get funky with it. I just got to get loosey. I got to get goosey. I've got to get back into doing some art here. So I'm doing a little bit of Neon Revenant, but I'm just getting funky with the Cheese Whiz.
Now, are we doing some energy expulsion here, or what am I? Or explosive power? What are we looking at? I see her.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
It looks like she's having an electric outburst or flame outburst.
We'll figure it out as we. It is what it is. Heck, it could be blood. It could be all sorts of crazy stuff. Piping on there. Get that. Get funky with that cheese. Funky with it. Get funky! Rick, how you hanging in there, bud?
I am good. Apparently my mic was not on.
Oh. Uh-oh. That's okay.
Or it was on the
We all know you just get a bigger hammer, you can fix it.
I was saying, is this scalpel?
No, I'm whipping up some dirty Neon Revenant right here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm whipping up some dirty Neon Revenant. And,
is that a little bit better on the mic?
Oh yeah. No, you're good. Your mic's good.
Okay. Okay.
I know a couple people in the chat were saying that it needed to be turned down, but
I can't see I couldn't see the chat.
But it didn't seem that loud to me, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to blow anybody's ears out, so I apologize to anybody. I just seen it.
Well, actually, it was only one in the chat, King Link, so I don't know.
Oh, okay, well. But yeah, no, I'm just doing this like real loose.
Something a little fast and dirty, huh?
Something just a little fast and dirty. Something a little, maybe a little scary. We'll see.
Now, what drawing tool are you using there?
I am using the scratch knife from gosh, what's his Jimmy Reyes' brush set that he sells on Gumroad.
Yeah, but what program?
Oh, Clip Studio Paint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the Clip Studio Paint that I'm working in.
You know, if you send me that,
I am going just like real fast, real dirty. There's no.
I'll color that for you.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome. Yeah, I would. Like I said, you know, I'm just kind of just getting in the shapes here. You know, start with the rough shapes, going for kind of like, I don't know, like a little bit of that Punisher vibe, almost. And then I'm using the chunky spray as well from the Jimmy Reyes set to kind of like
give it a little depth.
Yeah, just kind of for that little splatter effect. I'm just getting a little funky with it, you know. Want to get a little bit funky with it.
You know, I came across something here a while back. You okay? You guys know a little bit about DC and Kingdom Come, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. You remember a character called Offspring? He's Plastic Man's son, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know he's not. Okay. You know he's not a new character, right? Technically he's been around since the 70s.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Okay, do you remember Plastic Man having a cartoon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I totally remember the Plastic Man cartoon.
I actually,
Okay,
I have it on DVD.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you remember Junior?
Not offhand.
No, I really don't. But
little baby dressed up just like Plastic Man. He could stretch just like Plastic Man.
Oh yeah.
That's Offspring.
Holy shit.
That I think unintentionally, I think, because nobody, as far as I'm aware, I'm not going to say they haven't, but I haven't heard anybody make that connection yet. And I'm going, wait a minute. I've been around long enough to remember that. I was looking at it the other day and wondering, holy crap, how are people missing this? Because it's not like it's not like Kid Flash, the daughter of Wally, you know, or anything else. This is an established DC character.
Yeah, but he wasn't called Offspring, so
no.
I think that's where it's Offspring, but it's not. That could be where they got the idea, but Offspring could be a totally different character than that.
Okay, I'll give you that, but there's at least the presence of a Plastic Man child in DC history that has not been quote unquote killed, has just kind of faded into obscurity, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They haven't explicitly said one way or the other he is or he's not, and I because with Infinite Crisis, you know, anything's possible, but it at least Offspring at least has some foundation of saying he is an established character, unlike most any of the other DC Offspring.
And then what? And then was that just in the cartoon, or do you know whether that character was actually in the comics or not?
I believe they had a few in that same time frame that he made appearances. If he wasn't, I'd be surprised.
And sometimes it's hard to tell because, you know, you do get characters that make a debut and stuff like that. Like Barbara Gordon, Batgirl, was originally in the TV series with Adam West, and then they made her into a character into the comic. Harley Quinn.
Well, that's
with
the same thing with. Yeah, I was going to say it. Same thing with Harley. But you know that kind of go. I think. Well, we'll even go, let me step over to Marvel here for a second. How much did Hulk's story change because of Incredible Hulk, the Bill Bixby TV show?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so because the Bill Bixby show added a little bit of realism that it's like, wait a second, you mean he was standing in the middle of a nuclear bomb and turned into the Hulk? And whereas Bill Bixby, it's like, I couldn't save my wife, and he's basically doing a super soldier style program to unleash that human potential, and that actually makes more sense than wrong place, wrong time.
Right.
You know, so I'm, and they did the same thing with I think they how much got carried over from the Christopher Reeve Superman, or well, actually, wasn't Luther a radio villain before he was a comic villain?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I gotta look back.
I think he might have been around beforehand, because I think when he originally came out, he wasn't called Luthor or whatever. He was just sort of your generic mad scientist. Yeah. But they never named him. Yeah, he wasn't originally named, but they sort of, I think they put back to that was him before he was named.
No, I'm just one thing I got to give at least pre-modern day DC and Marvel comics was the ability to adapt to what fans resonated with.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the fans, it's like Swamp Thing from the TV show. There was a lot that carried over from that, and this is where I think, as comic fans, like it, love it, or hate it, a lot more people resonated with what was on TV than what was in the books, because some of that just some of it actually stepped outside of the realms of, except the ability to step out of reality.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also, you get a lot more normies, if you will, watching, the TV stuff. So, to try and bring them into the comics, they put what's on the TV in the books.
Yeah, where it works is where it works, and if it works, then you try to get it applied everywhere you can, And
I think to a certain degree it paid off for a moment. Unfortunately, the double edge came back to bite them. It's like, well, now it's like, well, and this is one of the dangers of that, I think, and that's why we're in the current environment we're in. It's like, hey, we can dictate what you're doing. No, we'll it's like, we'll accommodate some of the ideas, and you like what's over here, okay, fine, we'll try and integrate it over here intelligently, but don't tell us how to write the story.
There is no undo, only Zule. Nope. I did not want to do that. No, go away. How do I do that? Go away. There we go. No, I don't want it. Don't want it. Patter of voices. And I should not. It is late. So I'm gonna have to step away in just a minute if I'm hearing these little voices. Voices go back to flip bed.
Well, just like a good video game, make sure to save often.
Right. Killins. Stay up a little late tonight. That's on me. They worked hard. They did the good schoolwork.
Hey,
So-
Apex.
Hey, Apex.
Gotta get this scored away. Apex out there. My ninja. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna step away for a second. Pardon me.
What?
I'll be right back.
After these messages, he'll be right back.
Oh. Now that door closing, what wasn't door closing? Yeah, actually the door, door closing in that ABC break. That was perfect.
Yo, what's up, Apex? Mo Biggs, what's up? I just looked at the chat. Mo Biggs on a rampage. And, oh my gosh, that's... What's up, Edwin Acevedo? Oh, dude. he got Biggs. Oh man. Oh, that's too much. I'm entertained. Mo Biggs coming in with the egregious abuse of power. It's beautiful. That's why I gave him that power, because I knew he would abuse it.
What, did he time somebody out?
He basically erased King Leek.
Oh, because I got the comments in the duck, the StreamYard, so they don't say when somebody times somebody out.
Yeah, no, it's oh, dude.
Yeah, that's something that's changed too. There's different timeouts now for different lengths of time. Tank.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah, like he says, only for 10 seconds, and that's hilarious. That's great that you can do that.
I think it's what 10, 1 minute, 3 minutes, and 5 minutes,
Dude, that's a trip.
and then like 24 hours.
I think
Or there might be an hour one in there. It's been a while since I looked, so
I'm gonna get this thing a little bit more level here. Big a fun, just a little bit. Hold it just a little bit more.
Oh no, you had a song playing. That's what it was. Sorry, I thought somebody was echoing.
Oh yeah, no, I've got some. I found some good sources on some royalty-free music. So I've got that stuff like just kind of low.
Did you find Jamendo?
What's that one?
Jam Endo.
Oh no, I haven't looked at that one yet. I don't think. There's quite
It's
a
got
few
some pretty good ones.
Yeah, there's quite a few services out there where you can get like some free music to play in the background. Like this one, I'm just using like their sample list, but I don't know. I think it's worth. They've got a decent enough library that I might just go ahead and put the $6 a month.
There's also a YouTube musician on YouTube. His name's Laserhawk. He does 80s electronica style aesthetic.
Nice.
That you might check out. He might, because that's one of the things I'm checking around. I'm looking for styles of music and stuff, and people, who would be willing to work on
Right.
on some soundtrack, because that's what, that's one of the things that if I'm going to do a project, I want something to go with it, because reading the comic is great, but have you ever noticed 90% of the time if you read a comic, you got good music in the background to go with it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No,
So and
you gotta have gotta have the good stuff going on.
yeah,
Oh,
so
let's see here. I think this needs a little bit more chunky. It needs some more chunk spray. Yeah, the King League comes back posing as me. It's beautiful. Of course, I'm able to stream using the stream rights. Thanks to King League. He's a wonderful supporter, helping me out here, getting this thing. We're in this together. We got some great, dude. We got some killer stuff coming out that I am not at full liberty to say, but like, we're gonna get products into your hands, and I think that you're gonna. We think that you're gonna quite enjoy what we got going on, man.
Cool.
Fun, just hitting this up with the batter brush, just to create like some depth here.
Yeah, whatever happened to that tabletop thing with all the various characters?
Yeah, with World War Hell, and oh yeah, and you're talking about Omniverse Incursion, the game. We're working on that. Like, part of what went bad this year is that my VR gear died, and
Oh,
I was the 3D modeler, and so now we're kind of having to go out of pocket to get the models made, which is it's fine. We're investing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
we consider it to be an investment. So, but it just means that it's take a little longer because I can't just like go, oh yeah, no, I have
You
some
can't
free
just
time.
plop down a few
Yeah,
$1,000
oh, I
bucks.
have some free time. Let me work on some stuff. But yeah, no, we're definitely going to do that tabletop game with a whole bunch of indie characters, and with you guys can, it's all nice and power scaled. So some fights, may not be fair. It might take like a whole team to take down one person. But that's part of simulating. Part of like doing a simulation. Oh, I
Yeah.
hear the puppy. She wants to get out. And it's like, nope, you are in. She's being crate trained because she gets naughty at night. She ate my webcam.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah,
Not good.
no, that really, really sucked. I had a channel that was just a side project thing that I had planned to do this year, where I had a bunch. I had a bunch of what do you call it? Interviews lined up.
Yeah.
I had some pretty cool people lined up for some interviews, and that did not go. I ended up having to cancel. I didn't have all the stuff for the proper format, and luckily, most of them are like, "Oh no, it's cool, man. Where you let me know when you're gonna get that up and running. I'll gladly come on." I was like, "That's kind of cool because you're a name. You have brand recognition." And that's great because they like the idea. I was gonna do like some positive interviews where people can see, why this person is successful at what they do and what they bring to the table and whatnot. Even when we touch on the controversial stuff, we kind of do it in a little bit of a light manner. No gotcha interviewing nonsense. None of that crap.
Yeah.
So, and I had some pretty cool people that were just gonna knock your socks off. They were pretty neat. That's all right. Probably bring that back later this year. I gotta get finances in order to be able to just buy another webcam. That's gonna take a minute though because
Well, you could go for you could go for a cheap one at first. Like, I'm not sure how much you got to spend, but you could go for
I have
$100
right
or less.
Yeah, I don't right now. I don't have that in the budget. as sad as that is. And
I know what
not
it's
in the
like.
budget.
Well,
Yeah,
I think you know
but
what well, you know, part of what my last year and a half has been like. You know, I lost my mom.
yeah, my condolences. Your mom
You
was
know,
way
that was
cool.
2023, and you know, just to begin,
Yep.
I went out west last year. This time out west, Canada, and
Yeah.
that didn't work. I was back this way after 2.5 months. My landlord out there ended up being a jerk. Oh, but you know, I wasn't finding work, so I was probably coming back anyway. So I
Yeah,
just
I
ended
can
up
dig it.
back half a month earlier than what I intended.
Right. I'm
And
sorry to
well,
hear that, man.
the beginning of this year, though, I started renting this room here in
All
Hamilton.
right.
So and I got on
Well,
social assistance.
good.
So things and some other things are starting to work out too, job wise. So
Good, good, good. I'm glad to hear it, man. Yeah, no, I definitely want to get the Omniverse incursion because that
yeah,
was one of the things I was gonna just because you got all these great characters. As a lot of people might know, I've been a big fan of Rick Piper for a long time since back in the when he was posting in the independent comic creators forum on Facebook back in the day.
yeah.
Um, and
Heck,
he did all the fan art.
yeah, I still got a lot of that to sell too.
Nice.
But yeah, I've got like four projects on the go at the moment.
Hell yeah.
Uh, I'm doing just before I did this came on here like I finished at 11. I did a show. I'm doing lesser known Bible stories.
Yeah, I saw that. I hadn't popped in. I was in a rush because I was just checking some stuff on YouTube. And I saw that, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna have to pick your brain on that. I gotta go check that out because that's off. That could be a lot of fun right there.
Yeah, you know, like I've been very opposed to doing Bible stories because I've been most of a lot of them have been rehashed so many times, right? You know, like
Right,
how many times can you do the story of Samson or David versus Goliath? And
right.
even the life of Christ. This is good, but like there's quite a few people out there that have done it umpteen zillion times. So it's like,
Right.
and it came about because a few years ago, a church I was going to, they told the story of Ehud from Judges chapter 7. And I had never,
Hmm.
in my, like 30, 40 years of being a Christian, I had never heard of Ehud. And it's about a left-handed guy.
Oh, cool.
That,
That's interesting.
and because he's left-handed, he's able to take this evil king by surprise and kill him.
See, you gotta love a good plot twist.
So I basically, because of that, I went to go write a script to do that because I'm not sure whether you've heard of this thing called the 24-hour comic.
No.
There is a challenge thing that it's supposed to be done once a year, but you can do it other times of the year. Basically, it's a 24-page comic in 24 hours.
Oh, dude, brutal. That's a hell of an exercise, though.
So I have a buddy that's attempted it a few times. He's never succeeded, but he's come a little closer each time.
Right.
But I was gonna, okay, a bunch of him, Hero Shack is the guy, and Mighty
Oh yeah,
Geek.
Hero Shack. Yeah.
Me and him and Mighty Geek were gonna go do it. And then unfortunately my mom died, so but I put a script together with him, but it wasn't enough pages for 24, so included a couple other stories right from Judges chapter 3, Othniel and Shamgar, and made it 24 pages, and for the script, and like I was gonna do it for that 24-page comic thing in 24 hours, but it didn't happen because of my mom dying and
Right.
But then I don't know, a few months ago, I decided, what? Hey, I'm gonna use it. Just do it as a program for my channel. And if it takes a year to get it done, it takes a year to get it done.
Dude, I feel it. Oops, I did the wrong tab again. Still have Skyrim open in the background because I've been trying to get that video set up done up properly, and it's just not been cooperating. Kind of nuts. All right. I don't know. I think that's good for right now. It's got a kind of like a interesting kind of like almost like an anime meets Beasley kind of vibe to it.
Yeah. And now I'm also doing on Thursdays a little game show, the Silhouette game.
Okay.
Basically,
I'm taking guess the character.
Yeah, based on the silhouette. Yeah.
Smart.
And it came about through one of my subscribers saying, and I disagreed with him, and you might agree with him, you might not, that good character design needs a good silhouette.
Oh yeah. No. That's one of the tests. I say that there's two really important tests when designing a character. Number one is the silhouette test. Number two is the Daria test. And at the end of the old MTV Daria animated show, what they would do is they would have all the characters while they're rolling the credits. They would have the characters out there in all these different outfits, dressed up like the Statue of Liberty or like a comic book character or something of the sort.
Yeah.
And
but I personally disagree that you don't necessarily need a good silhouette for a good character. I think there's a lot more. You need to have the writing of the character good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a good looking costume. Yeah, if you have a good looking costume, and a good character, good written character, the silhouette doesn't matter because it's gonna resonate with people. It's nice if it does have a great silhouette, right? I'm not saying
right.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, but to me, I think there's things way more important than the silhouette. You could have a great silhouette and a crappy character, right? A badly written character.
It's very true. You could have a great silhouette and still have a crappy character. Absolutely. Crash Knife is unforgiving. I love it.
But I started the show out through my chill stream, which I have on Tuesday nights, where I just do whatever for drawing, and I started in that. Okay, let's see whether people know these characters through their silhouette, and there are some that are easily recognizable, and some that aren't so easily recognizable, and then there's a couple people in my chat that know a lot of them, and then there's people that don't know a lot of them, even the easy ones.
Right. Got a little bit of a life alien face there. Whatever.
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say. Well, you take a look. I mean, because you can only go so far with the human body, anyways, and unless you're doing some outrageous costume design, you're just showing either male or female. Because like I was saying with
Right.
Superman, it's a man with a cape. How DC has worked to get that recognition was um, working the S shield into the silhouette somehow, whether it's in
Yeah.
full color or same thing with Batman. All you see is yellow oval in the back.
Yeah, but
Against the silhouette.
if you take the color out of it, is he still recognizable? And most people are able to guess Superman and Batman, and usually it's because of a pose. See, poses help too.
Okay, posability. I'll
What?
give you that. Actually, it makes sense because I was reading here a while back, reading Marvel. Okay,
Hold
and
on.
Batman and
Real quick. I gotta do this. I can't get enough of that sugar, Chris. He's got the booty, don't quit.
okay. They were discussing how drawing characters and poses, right? And Superman, he's not. If you were to draw Superman as slinking, crouch, it doesn't work for Superman, right? But
Right.
Batman, he can work in a heroic, hands on his hips pose as much as he can, crouching and skulking in the dark. And both are just as good for Batman. Whereas Flash, you're going to see Flash, generally mid-run. In most anything he's in motion. Okay, Wonder Woman, she you're not seeing her skulking around.
Yeah.
Poses, and not to steal from Deadpool here, but the superhero landing. There's it's just kind of the trope. It's okay. Best example, Wolverine. He's kind of squatted down, legs spread, hands out, and claws extended. Okay, you throw a silhouette of Wolverine up in that pose, you're going to everybody's going to go, that's Wolverine.
Yeah. But see, Wolverine, even in just a standing pose, will most likely give away because of his head.
Even if you took his hat off, even if you took his mask off with the points, and he's standing in that squat pose with both, if you can see his fists outside of his shoulders and claws, even if his claws aren't extended yet, he's standing in that open. I guess it would be a kind of a sumo pose.
Yeah. His
Almost
crouching
everybody
ready
would pick it up.
position.
Yep.
Yeah, but because of his pointed hair, how his hair comes back into those points, that's almost a dead giveaway for Wolverine.
Okay,
Although-
and that's fair.
Although I did get people, one of the first ones I did, I tricked them. I got an Agent, I think it was Agent Liberty. Agent Liberty, he's got the same shield as Captain America, the round one and all that.
Right.
So,
Well, okay. Now,
I grabbed him, and everybody thought it was Captain America.
okay. There's a good one for you. What's the name of the Wildcat character that looks just like, almost, if you were to throw a silhouette, he almost looks like identical to Wolverine.
What was it?
I'm not sure. I don't know the Wildcat characters too
Gosh,
much.
I totally forget his name because I know that the
You know who I'm
Cyber
talking about.
Force, Warblade. That's his name, Warblade.
Okay. I think, well, there's a couple of different ones. There's one in there that looks like a cross between Wolverine and Puck. I think there's that Image Comics was they're funny.
Well, it was a bunch of Marvel artists who really just wanted to keep doing Marvel stories, so they made their own Marvel with blackjack and hookers.
Well, yeah. Well, if you go back and look at some of McFarlane's art, a lot of the Spawn covers and poses are literally just stolen from art that that McFarlane had done for Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Recolored. Right down, I think, because I came across one. I think it was in that actually had a 6-finger error for both Spider-Man and Spawn.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to get them for plagiarizing their own art?
Right.
So, no, I
But
wait,
yeah, so,
wait a second.
go-
Didn't Wildstorm and Wildcats and Gen X like 90% of Image get bought up by DC?
I think so.
it was licensed. Licensed. No, that was part of Jim Lee's super deal for him to come on board to
Okay.
save DC Comics. Yeah, which of course he abysmally failed at it. I
Well,
can't believe that we're not talking about that elephant in the room.
well, first mistake is selling DC anything, because no offense, but DC does not know how to maintain any character outside of their core characters.
Yeah, no, and
They don't even know how to do that anymore.
They're hideously predatory
Fair enough.
as well.
Well, and no argument there. I mean, I kind of wish Duffy had taken and moved Milestone away from DC much further instead of trying to bring it in.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, DC scooped them up, bought them out, and then buried their characters. I mean, and that's what you do in big business.
And I get that, don't get me wrong, but because as far as I can tell, Static and Icon and Rocket are the only 3 that really have any kind of longevity, and that's and Rocket and Icon, that was fleeting.
Yeah, I think the guy from Rip to Silver Ogre, I think the Cyberforce guy, that was Rip Claw. Jim Lee had Warblade, and Silvestri had Rip Claw as their Wolverine stand-ins there.
Yeah. So
go
ahead. I was just gonna say, so this week I'm trying to do topics most weeks. So this week the topic is 90s cartoons.
Ooh, nice.
Now I'm going to give a little bit of credit to Image. Image, I think, did a better job than probably 90% of what Marvel put out outside of X-Men at that time frame.
Yeah, and they when Claremont left, they got another decent writer, and then when Jim Lee took off, Art Thibert stepped in and continued to deliver the same aesthetic that the fans were used to, and they're like, yeah, it's not the same, but
it was
still
passable.
Good.
Yeah,
it was still good. It was definitely passing.
Well, and I think that's because I think back and I look through some of the comics and I think about it for a minute. Even in the 90s, DC had a problem with consistency and quality in both art and, well, their stories. They were always kind of cheesy. They weren't as cheesy as the 70s or 80s, but still kind of cheesy. They weren't. I do have to agree with some of the stuff that, and this is why things like Kingdom Come and basically the God damn it, Neil Adams stories exist for both Marvel and DC. Is they almost the big 2 specifically have taken a huge, really dark and serious turn. And I think if DC went and actually got back to some, they could still have serious storytelling, but have a little bit of a camp to it. the way they're doing some of the animated universe, if they were to get back to that kind of storytelling, I think, or even Justice League, the Justice League animated, hell, I think they could get people back and the younger audience back, because now I'm not a parent, so take what I have to say with a grain of salt, but
Right.
I don't know too many parents right now, or even in the 2000s, that would be willing to buy their 12-year-old comics at that time.
Oh no, dude! The only kids product that DC makes is Teen Titans Go.
That's
it.
awful.
That's the only product they've got going on right now. I don't even know if they're even still producing it, but my kids watch it and they think it's hilarious, and it's it's kids, man. So all the people who get sour about it, I'm like, bruh, little kids, dude.
Well, and that's just it. They're wondering why they're losing customers, and it's like the only ones who are interested in it are because you grew the story with the audience instead of trying to maintain the age group of the audience.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, my story is going to be a dark story, but I'm not, DC from the 60s, and even before that, but had a certain level of campiness to it.
Yeah.
Up until probably the 80s, especially when John Byron came. And I'm not blaming John Byron, don't take this wrong way, but John Byron, I think, was an architect to it when he started reinventing Superman. And I think once that started happening, they realized I don't know where they got the idea that they had to develop the character with the fan base instead of the age group, because to a certain degree, this is where I kind of agree with the older generations that comic books are supposed to be a kid thing, and especially if you want any kind of longevity to it.
Well, you got to make sure kids are getting into it.
It all depends. Yeah. It all depends on the flavor of the story, really. I mean, comics are for all ages. It was the seduction of the innocent that made it for kids and all this stuff, and then you got the Comics Code Authority, which was just crap. I mean, that was citizen-based censorship, is what it was.
Well, it was the earliest form of cancel culture you could find.
Yeah.
But and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they're just for kids, but there's a certain hey,
but you got to get them hooked.
Yeah.
When they're young, like my kids love comic books, but the fact that there's not a huge variety where I, as a parent, would be like, yeah, I would get this book for my kids. Like they love Starlight Cats. Like everybody who complained about it, I was like, dude, this is a comic book for kids, man. This is written for little kids. And my daughter, who's like, I feel is like the target demographic, absolutely fell in love with it. And and Disney totally did rip him off with their Starlight Cats, because she thought they were the same thing. And granted, at the time she's like 5 years old, but still, she got confused enough. But it's Disney, so they have the legal teams.
Well, hey, Zayd. Well, I think that's where I think DC and Marvel have kind of fallen asleep at the wheel, because in recent years, especially with some of the conversation around Batman and his sidekicks,
right?
Because if you notice, for the longest time, you had Captain America had Bucky, people, even Marvel had sidekicks,
right?
So and I think especially after a lot of controversy coming out of Hollywood, it became a bit taboo, and Marvel's going, oh, we need to get away from that. And I think, like you're saying with Teen Titans Go, Teen Titans Go, Young Justice, and some of those, I think because the way that DC has the generation set up right now, whether you're doing Young Justice or Series Titans or Young Justice, I think they have an opportunity to tell some of the campy stories without dumbing down per se the core characters. They could tell campy stories that aren't quite as serious or as dark.
Right.
Well, the thing is that although the kids are different than they are back in like the 30s, 40s, if you look at some of the comics from back then, they were a lot, and some parts of them were a lot more serious than the comics nowadays. There's a lot more stuff happening. Like I have a friend, Mike Walters. He has a channel.
Oh yeah.
And every Sunday night he reads old comics. He's systematically going through year by year, month by month, and a few different things. A few different companies. And it's amazing what some of the stuff you see in the comics for kids.
Oh yeah. Well, and it was also a kind of like a different age in a matter of what children were exposed to, what was socially acceptable. Like death was much more prevalent as a social topic back at that time as well.
Yeah.
These days they send you to another dimension. But back in those early days, bruh, you got disintegrated. Batman hung a dude from his glider. And that wasn't considered to be like a young reader's book.
Yeah, and Superman was a lot more nasty too.
Superman shot a dude. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's just it. When Superman, Batman, and the predominant big names of comic today, a lot of them came out during World War II.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
before World War II, actually.
Well,
yeah.
Right, but all of them that took part in some form or fashion in World War II, as propaganda. Okay, and so there was that aspect, and the memorial wall and everything else. So you had to have the aspect of death and life and the paranormal. I mean, a lot of those early stories had because they didn't have the same kind of concepts of superpowers that we have today. Okay. And
some
so
of them were a lot more wackier, though.
Well, no argument, but the concept of the character themselves, they weren't necessarily the advent of science or genetics. A lot of them were from mysticism and superstition and the paranormal in general. At the time. I mean, God damn it. I'm trying.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go. I gotta go use a little ferret's room.
Okay, like the Phantom, right? His powers were derived from a mystic totem. Okay.
Yeah, but the Phantom was a Pulp Fiction hero just before comic books started. If I was going to be fair, he was one of the first crossover per se. Yeah, I won't deny that, but I think like Superman was the first quote unquote superhero comic.
Right, because and I don't want to take anything away from him on that. Let me rephrase that. In terms of the term super, he was the first termed super. But in terms of storytelling, it could be argued that Phantom technically would have, and he still does, and as far as I can tell, he's one of the few that's actually managed, just like to a certain degree. Flash Gordon is another one that's managed.
Yeah,
to some extent.
Flash, the Shadow. There's quite a few of them from the Pulp Fiction that would, possibly be quote unquote superheroes before comic books.
Well, yeah, because if you take a look, is it Adam Strange?
No,
DC's.
Yeah, Adam. Well, it depends what you're thinking about. Adam Strange, I don't believe was before.
It's DC's version. It's DC's version of that can't be. But yeah, the can't be Flash Gordon style character. He had the jetpack and the Bullet Man style helmet and a laser pistol. And I think he ended up on Thanagar in recent stories.
Yeah.
You kind of know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I know who Adam Strange is, and for sure. And yeah, they had him. Well, he went to I forget what planet it was first with the Zeta beam, and then they had a Thanagar versus Rand. I think it was Planet Rand.
Yeah,
they had a war between those two.
Yeah, and I think he got mixed up in the middle of that.
Yeah, well, because he was, poor Rand in some ways, he was their hero, but he wasn't necessarily fighting. He was trying to, I know some of these hawk people. They're good people,
Some of them.
Yeah, well, there's good and bad people everywhere, right? So.
Well, it's kind of you take a look at I think during the 90s, just after 0 Hour, when they had when Hawkman became Hawk God or some stupid crap.
Yeah,
I didn't pay attention to that one too close, but it was still an interesting aesthetic. Because to be fair, Thanagar is a warrior race. There's just no split hairs on that one.
Yeah.
So but that's just it. How much of Thanagar was? If you actually look at Thanagar and you go back to some of the old Flash Gordon, wasn't it Flash Gordon that had the winged warriors?
The bird people.
Bird people, yeah. I
think that's what they called them, bird people. I could be wrong. It's been a while.
Me too, but you know what? I think most people listening know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, I think Alice in Wonderland or not Alice in Wonderland. Holy crap! Wizard of Oz is just a mystical retelling of Flash Gordon. Really.
Yeah.
With flying monkeys and the wizard and trying to get home.
I wouldn't say it's a mystical retelling of Flash because, Flash is
it's more magical elements instead of a scientific.
Yeah, I get where you're going. I'm just trying to. Unfortunately, I know a little bit about the Wizard of Oz too. Flash Gordon, but I'm just trying to think with the little bit that I know of Flash Gordon. I know it's a rocket. He goes off in a rocket ship in outer space.
Well, it depends. Again, it depends on what's telling you to go off of, because it's if you go off of the movie, the most recent movie, I can't think of. He was a football player that ended up saving the galaxy.
Yeah. Well, I remember back in the early thousands, they had a new TV series for Flash Gordon. I think it was early thousands, or might be late 90s. I saw it. It was pretty good.
Well, and to be fair, because Buck Rogers was kind of cribbed from Flash Gordon, and then if you
Yeah.
look, you remember Farscape?
Yeah, Farscape. I remember. I've watched all that.
That's another one that's kind of borrowed from
Yeah,
Flash Gordon.
that could definitely be Buck Rogers-ish, Flash Gordon-ish. I could see that
Um,
guy tossed out into the middle of nowhere. In a sense.
yeah, it's the same kind of storytelling. It might not be the same exact story, but the primary elements are there. And that's where I'm going. You really think about it. Outside of a few examples, okay, most pulp, you don't have the detective stories like the original pulp once did. You didn't have, Zorro. You didn't have some of those didn't age well and carry over. Jonah Hex is one of the few holdouts. I mean, but outside of a few, the Phantom.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. What was one Liam Neeson played? The Shadow, I think it was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, Darkman.
Or Darkman. Yeah.
Darkman. Yeah.
Well, and the Shadow, I think. Yeah, the Shadow.
That was another one that they did. Who played that? It was
Biggs is saying that the Flash Gordon was mid '90s, maybe '96. He's saying
that's
the new version. Yeah.
I loved the old Buck Rogers, but poor Twiggy. He passed away from diabetes.
Well,
what's up,
and what's funny is Buck Rogers is actually a cross of almost all of the popular sci-fis, from Flash Gordon, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, Star Wars. I mean, they took elements from all of it. That I wish it had stuck around longer. I think if they were to try and do Buck Rogers today, they could actually do it really well.
But I think even Buck Rogers technically was originally a one of those novels.
Pulp comic. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say like the Flash Gordon or.
He was.
Yeah,
so that he was around even before all these other movies that elements from. So those ones are technically taking elements from Buck Rogers.
Right. Well, and that's the fun part, right? We have media; it's almost a self-feeding machine, because you take a look, how many elements from Marvel did DC take with God damn it. You remember the storyline that gave us Loose Cannon and
with
Sparks,
with the aliens that suck the spinal fluid.
Right. Okay. They took that from the Alien franchise and from the Brood from X-Men.
Uh-huh.
If you really think about it. Because the reason why those heroes ended up getting powers was because of an X gene. Same thing with Dakota Universe and the Big Bang, with the chemical weapons. Or as we'll go into Star Labs, DNA aliens.
Well, DC before that point had said about the metagene, and the metagene gets activated through some usually tragic event or whatever. I guess is the best way to say it. It's slightly different than the X gene, which you're born with or whatever. Well, I guess you're born with the metagene, but you automatically with the X gene, you're powers or whatever mutant thing happens to you when you hit puberty, where
Well,
it doesn't automatically hit you when you hit the meta gene doesn't automatically make you have
no,
powers.
you need to add an extra outside X factor in DC, obviously. But
yeah,
but to be fair, how many of the heroes found out they had powers at puberty in conjunction with a tragic or stressful event?
yeah.
Okay, so and to be fair, DC had to add their own little spin to it to a certain degree.
Yeah, it's an easy way to say how people get stuff, and then just like Stanley says, it's that whole mutant gene thing is like a cop out. Although he's one of the ones that came out with it, a lazy writing. But you still have to figure out how they figured out that they have their powers, or what their powers are, and how to use them. There's still a lot to the story that you have to figure out. Just because they have it naturally, what makes it manifest for the first time.
And and when he he's taking a lot of credit away from himself, because it's like we're at a point in society in technology where genetics and genetic manipulation is actually a real thing. And we're also just dealing with genetic disorders, and it's like, hold on a second, whether no matter how anybody wants to really look at it, there is a certain element of empathy that you can give to these characters. It's like, oh hey, I have something, whether it's asthma or some other disorder, you at least have some level of way to identify with the character. Which is, I think one of the reasons why X-Men has done so well is because, oh, hey, I understand what they're trying to tell. I can kind of, even just a little bit, I can kind of empathize with that character.
Yeah, although Stan himself says, in the forefront of his mind, he wasn't thinking about, any sort of, thing like that, But, lots of people use it for the metaphor and all that, or various things for genetics or whatever. I'm not saying that's wrong necessarily, but
no.
What I'm just saying what Stan says that.
Yeah. No, and I think I've read a few of those, and I think Stan's kind of he opened up a Pandora's box that maybe he wasn't prepared for, and maybe maybe it is lazy storytelling. However, okay, why do characters like Spider-Man or Daredevil, all his characters have a certain level of tragedy? So and I think that's why Marvel does do so well. It's not necessarily because I don't think power level is necessarily the issue, because it's like Superman and Martian Manhunter, they've maintained what they have. Same thing with Batman. Is some connections. It doesn't even have to match one across the board. Just something. And I think that's the biggest part of old storytelling, old comic storytelling that kind of got lost. Was because you take a look, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Image, but what is there to empathize with a lot of Image's characters?
I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know a lot. I think the only one that I know for sure of theirs is Spawn. And I know I think a lot.
That's fair, A lot of Image characters, despite the fact that their creators are quite talented and all this other fun stuff, their characters are largely forgettable. And unfortunately, the ones that were really stand out, the creators kind of turned out to be assholes. And
well, they also never got into the culture as much as, say, Superman or Batman.
Well, yeah, you got to keep in mind that those IPs are over 80 years old, man. They're old.
Yeah,
They've had a lot of time to they've been around. They've got this seniority thing going on.
But I know Batman didn't have this, but Superman had a radio program within like a couple years of him existing. But they also had
Batman.
Batman actually had a.
Yes, he had a radio show, but he also had. I come across this on Tubi the other day. They actually have some, or I'm not sure if it's Tubi, but one of the streaming services. They actually have a really old set of movies for Batman.
Yeah, old school.
Okay, and DC and Marvel both, and this is where they had an unfair advantage over even comics still today. They had a lot of government propaganda money going into them.
Oh yeah,
especially during World War II.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say for Batman and Superman, they also both had their movie serials too, within a few years, which again made them popular.
You also have a certain element of how much of Superman was writing on, to a certain extent, some of the pulp comics, because in many ways, how is Superman really that much different from Flash Gordon?
Yeah. Right. Well, I think most people would compare Superman to Doc Savage.
Yeah, Doc Savage. Yeah, no, I know who you talk about. Yeah.
Well, or even biblical heroes. I mean, he's had a lot of comparisons with Samson, and
Christ.
Yep.
Hey, Space Jesus.
But and then again, you also got Batman. How much Batman ties back into Green Hornet, Zorro, and those heroes, even before the martial arts aspect got added to Batman.
Yeah.
Right.
So, to a certain extent, they already had, because in a way, Batman is also a lot like the Shadow or Darkman.
Yeah.
If you're going pulp, So there was a certain amount of coattail writing by Superman and Batman, and to a certain degree, Wonder Woman, because she's riding on the tails of the old gods.
Yeah.
I love Wonder Woman's origin as a BDSM comic. That's absolutely legit.
The truth. I mean,
it's absolutely legit.
But I'll give the creator credit. He found a way to play it down where it was, the subtlety was okay. Warner Brothers level adult jokes. I mean, oh hey, I found prints. No, I said fingerprints. I don't think so.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
Yeah. Okay. It was subtly done that it could go past most kids' head, but well enough done that most any somewhat mature person could catch the joke.
Right.
And I think that's one of the aspects of storytelling, because it's like Animaniacs is probably the best example of good storytelling. Because if you can slip those jokes in there and slip it past the censors, why the hell not? A little subversion goes a long way.
Right.
I think I'm gonna take off, guys, because it's
all right, man. Thank you for
joining.
Yeah,
no problem. It's almost like 2 a.m, and I got to get up at like 8. So.
Oh goodness, yeah. Get your rest, my friend.
So,
great to see you. Thank you for coming back here for the inaugural relaunch of the channel, man. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. Okay, so hopefully we'll see you in the near future.
Yeah, no, I'll be around. I'll also be like on my gaming channel. from time to time when I just kind of like want to like have an excuse to actually sit down and play some games. I'm doing Scalpel 21 Blackjack versus Skyrim, and I've got over 2,000 mods set up on that sucker.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah, no, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. I've just been trying to work out potato cam issues that StreamYard. Dude, StreamYard, it's good for some things, and it sucks like
For
hardcore donkey nuts for others. Like it's terrible for gaming.
Yeah, probably better to use OBS if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream directly from OBS the next time I do a test stream. So, yeah, I wanted to do StreamYards just for the fun of it, but it decided it was just gonna be an asshole. Oh, whatever.
You might. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you could still use this to bring people on too. You know, you just don't have to go live with it.
Yeah, exactly. Just and use this as just another interface and whatnot. And then because I'm running my sound through Voice Meter Potato, and that's why we've got like the music and everything coming through my mic as it is. That's how I got all that stuff going on.
Well, that's good. Okay, so we'll see you later. God bless everyone. Have a great night.
God bless, brother.
Or day. Whatever it might be for you.
Thanks for the chat, man.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Now we got to read Sugar comments, apparently. That's the next part of the show. We read Sugar's comments. His comment is, he doesn't have anything to read, Mo. So, yeah. Thank you for joining us for the section where we read Sugar's comments. And get funky with that cheese whiz. Getting real. I'm going like, as you can see, I'm just going kind of like real loose. Just get the juices flowing again. Just rough it all in. And just take my time with it. Even though it seems like maybe I'm not. Trust me, I am. I'm taking my sweet ass time. Getting funky with the cheese whiz here.
Now, okay. I know it's still early in the year, but she's wearing a tank top with load bearing equipment.
Yeah, she got some load bearing gear.
Oh, okay.
Got like.
She's not trying to do her version of Vampirilla, right?
Oh. No.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm still just kind of roughing things in here, kind of blocking out some shapes, figuring out some things here. Kind of getting loosey-goosey with it. Loosey-goosey. Find which is what and what is which. And whatnot. Still haven't quite decided a lot of things on this, but hey, is what it is. Funky with it. I mean, basically, I'm doing this because I was like, all right, so I got to get a couple of pictures done and export the time lapse for these, and then see which ones I think are gonna make for the best time lapse video. And then I've got some artists that I work with, and pair it up with their music and upload it to the channel. Yeah, and I'm gonna just kind of stash the live stream away and leave. And I'm not deleting them or anything. I'm just stashing them away so that I can have the focus be the time lapse drawings.
All right.
For the channel. So
no, and you were talking about getting equipment and software for better streaming. I don't know if it matters, but one of the few people I think might get back to you that you might talk to is, Oxhorn.
Oxhorn. Wait, he used to do the Fallout videos back in the
Yes,
day, right?
he still does videos.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's that?
reach out. See if you can reach out to Oxhorn and see if he's got some list of equipment and software he uses. He seems like he's fairly personable and it would be willing to share that information.
That would be kind of fun. We're gonna have a bass explosion in the background. We got bass explosion. Bass explosion.
Now that's not Michael Bay, right? Oh.
Yeah, like Michael Bay. Yeah, bass explosions. Gotta have bass explosion. Throwing an explosion for no good reason other than to have an explosion.
Well, if you're going to do a bass explosion, you better do some lens flare.
Yeah, that's right. And then I gotta toss in a whole bunch of lens flare, just to piss off the audience. Because
that was one.
The audience isn't angry. I haven't done my job right, apparently.
That's one aesthetic that I think that didn't need to be in Star Trek.
God, dude, I'm one of those guys who's like, you know what? I did not like the Jar Jar Abrams Star Trek. I did not like it. Did not like it at all. Except for I like some of the actors' performance. I didn't like Chris Pine's performance because I felt like he really stuck out like a sore thumb, because here everybody else is trying to stay faithful and he's not a powerful Kirk. He's this wimpy, weak-ass Kirk. He's this soy boy.
I'm going to let you in on something, and I don't know if you put it together yet. He is technically Hollywood royalty.
Yeah.
He's second gen. You know that, right?
Yeah. No, he's
okay.
He's a little rich kid.
Okay. Do you know who his dad was?
No, I don't know that.
Do you remember Chips?
Yeah.
Do you remember the captain or the sergeant?
Yeah, I was gonna say he's the
dad.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't get very far in the industry in terms of recognizability.
Right.
Okay. And not that he was a bad actor. I mean, he could have easily played the role of give me a second. Colonel Blake in MASH. He could have easily taken the role of Colonel Blake. Now, he would have been a much more serious actor than the actor that played Blake, but
yeah.
He still he had some comedic chops, not great ones.
Yeah. Well, and MASH, that's you got to go from comedic to Malden like a heartbeat. That show.
Well, and I think that's why that show did so well. I mean, the whole reason for the comedy was because of the tragedy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because it definitely was a tragedy.
And that's I think
especially if you ask for a pay raise. Sorry.
Well, no, actually, that one wasn't so bad. Do you remember when Hawkeye lost his shit on the bus and the gal killed her baby?
Yeah.
And he thought it was a chicken.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the most intense storytellings. The only other one that even comes close was when they were all dreaming and Pierce is dreaming he lost his arms and couldn't perform surgery.
Yeah.
There was a lot of dark imagery, and they did. I think for because you can't call that a sitcom in any way, shape, or form. It had comedy, but it wasn't just situational. That was comedic morbidity. I mean,
Yeah. No, it definitely was. Definitely was its own thing, you know.
but I think that's why that show specifically managed to live as long as it has. I mean, I think even today, I think if you were to show um, Gen Z mass, they don't know what that was.
No, they have no idea about that at all. They really don't.
You know, I got to admit, MASH was, as far as I've been able to find, MASH is the only show that has been able to pull off that formula.
For real, I can't think of another that was able to do that.
And honestly, I wish somebody would try it again. I don't think they need to do the same story, but that style of writing, that
Yeah.
I think if somebody were to bring it back to this generation, nobody would know what hit them.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that people's sensibilities right now would be even mentally deigned to even do storytelling like that. I think there's just too much of a reliance on devices. It kind of reminds me of an episode of Voyager where Alana Torres, the engineer, she crash lands on this alien planet, and this guy's basically holding her hostage as his muse, so he can write these plays, and he's all like,
Oh, right.
the formulas of the plays, and this is the structure, and all this other shit, and and she's just like, yo, bro, people are like, dude, what? The old man, he's just like, why don't you just fucking tell a story? Something to bitch about.
Well, and you're right, because that was that was a surreal standalone. That one could be if you were to take and play that at any point in the story, it could fit anywhere,
Right.
But and that's the other thing, standalone storytelling. Let one comic tell one story. That's something else that's been lost. I think a lot of writers, especially out of the big companies, have forgotten that, hey, attention spans aren't that long. While we can retain it, we might not want to.
Right.
Because you can almost sit down and watch MASH in almost any order.
Yeah. No, it was good on the episodic. Like, you could watch it entirely out of order, but you're rewarded more for watching it in order.
But it's not holding a gun to your head telling you have to.
Right.
Now, have you seen this new show on Paramount Plus called School Spirits?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'll just lay out the basics. Okay, you got this high school senior, and she goes missing, and she's wandering around the school as a ghost, and she runs into other spirits that have died on the school property, either by murder, accident, or whatever. Okay. And they go through all of season 1 trying to figure out how she was killed and why. Okay. Well, they get to the last episode. Now, I spoiler alert: if you're watching this, turn down the volume. But they find out her body is still alive. Her soul has been her soul's been displaced by another spirit.
Okay.
Okay. and so her body's running around. Okay, and they ended it on the last series. Now, at first, my gut reaction was that's a shit ending, and then I got to thinking about it. You got her body running around. Her best friend's going, "You're out there. You're alive." I'm tripping. I think you're dead, and because her friend can see her. Okay, and he's alive. Okay,
Right.
and he's going, I'm going crazy, and I'm just trying to cope. And because the person running her body steals the boyfriend's truck, backs into him, knocks him in the head, and is doing all kinds of breaking and entering and shit, right?
Right.
And they ended it right there. I'm going, that actually makes her, and she gets on a bus and runs off, right? And
Okay.
I'm going, if they ended it right there, right? It would actually have been the perfect ending because the friend doesn't want to see her anymore. He's pissed off. He's going, I'm just tripping balls. I'm out of here, right? It would have been
Right.
perfect because, okay, what life are you going to go back to after committing a Grand Theft Auto and assaulting somebody with an auto vehicle, right? And doing thievery,
Right.
and then okay, now they're into the second season. I've only seen a part of the first episode, but had they ended it there, it would have been it still would have been a good storytelling because it's like it's not a satisfying ending, but it's like, what do you do from that point? Do you really want to go reclaim that life? Because she finds out her mom blows her college tuition on a house. She finds out her boyfriend's been sleeping with her former best friend. The teacher
Suga said
she's
some
not
spicy things here. Nothing to get a DNA test over. Baba Mega started her life as a scammer. Put a ring on it, made an honest woman of her until she showed you that pregnancy test and ran off to buy milk. Man, come on, Sugar. What's wrong, dude? What? I think this is the most incriminating. Oh, yeah, no. Mo, I shake my head. Tisk with the tisking. All the tisking. All the tisking indeed. Alright, I got one more to do tonight. I got one more picture I'm going to do up. I just finished up this one. A little Scalpel 21 action. There. A little bit. And I'm going to go stretch my legs for a minute. And go use the little ferret's room because I have been chugging tons of liquids. I am still on the tail end of this plague, and I've got to get well, man. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Hey, my uncle's in Portland right now because of that shit. Right now, it's messing with his heart, and he's got so much water on the lungs.
Yeah, no, I caught the trendy plague of 2020. It has been sticking around for a couple of weeks. It does that sometimes. It's more annoying than anything, but it's exhausting.
Oh, when I got it, I got hit hard because I work in customer service. I got hammered when it because remember I went through the flood and everything. Well, just after that, after getting I get hit. I'm down for 3 days. I mean, it was bad.
Neon Revenant. This is a book that I'm going to be doing with King Leak. He's the creator. And this one's kind of cool. A mom comes back from the dead to avenge her family. And with nuclear styles like superpowers. It's going to be a good read. And then I've got little Scalpel 21 action right here. she's doing a whole bunch of crossovers. She's gonna have one major appearance in upcoming Scalpel Zero comic, but that's the one where she falls into a horrible situation that kick her out of the universe. It's because people wanted to do crossovers with Scalpel Zero, and I'm like, I'm sorry, this is just not into cards. But I do have an analog. Like, this is as close as it gets. Even though it's a different character. Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry? Ma'am?
Why don't you wash your laundry?
Yeah. Dude, that reminds me, I gotta fix my washing machine. Like tomorrow, I'm taking that sucker apart. I gotta see if I can JMB weld this connection back together so that the basket spins again. Cause dude, with as many kids as I got, going to the laundromat is not a financially viable option. That's brutal. That is brutal. That's a lot of fun money. You know, that would be better spent on making pizza for the kids on Fridays. Again.
Now you're talking electrical connection, right?
Now it's what it is that the basket has disconnected from the housing.
Oh, from the frame.
Because the basket spins to get the water out of the laundry. It's an older washing machine, anyways. So I'm gonna see if I could just JMB weld it, and we'll just run half loads. But
well,
that
if you get
enough.
If you get an opportunity, send me the model number on it, and I will see if I can find a bracket for you. If that doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
I've got an appliance repairman here in town.
Oh, nice.
I bet. And he's been a customer of mine for almost 20 years, so I'll see if he knows where to find this.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can fix it because the neighbor's gonna give me some JMB, and then if not, then dude, Facebook Marketplace, I'll probably find one for like $50 to $100 that'll last a couple of months, long enough for the wife and I to save up enough money.
Hold on, you say that, but you know what? I've actually bought $1,500 dryers that have lasted decades.
Yeah.
So, run it until the wheels fall off.
Yeah, no, it's the hope. I mean, like, I've been helping my daughter get her car squared away. She got a rusted out shit bucket for like $500, but it's like, okay, cool. Just needs a little bit of work, and this thing will probably last you a good 20,000 miles. You know, for $500, you can't argue. And I mean, we're talking like maybe another $500 investment on it, but she's got to save up her money.
The fact that she got a running, moving vehicle for $500, that's unheard of.
Oh, it chitty bang banged right into my driveway.
Look, when I was growing up, if it ran and moved, it was worth $500. We're now up to almost $1,200 now for that quality vehicle.
Right.
You know. So, what year is it?
Oh, the car? Oh,
yeah.
It's in early 2000s. It's like, I think it's like 2006 or 7 or something like that.
That's not bad. I mean, 20 years, less than 20 years old. That's really not bad.
It's less than 20 years old, but it was not very well taken care of. Like, I know that I got to give it I know that I've got to give it an oil change, and unfortunately we had a bunch of freezing weather, and she did not come by and start it like I told her to. I was like, look, cool, you can store it in my driveway, that's totally fine, but you got to come by and start it up. You're gonna have to start it up at least twice a week. The weather is getting below freezing. You're gonna have to do maintenance. You're gonna have to do like stand a little bit of stuff. Hit me up. I'm available. And she's 20 years old, so whatever.
Honestly, at this point, what you need to do when have her come by, start it up, get it thawed out, and then drain the water, the antifreeze and whatnot out of it. That way, you're not
Yeah.
blowing a freeze. My tongue doesn't work. The freeze plug out of it,
Right.
because you're on the northern part of the country, right?
Yeah, I'm in Western Illinois.
Oh, yeah, and it's getting sub-zero.
Oh, we got hit pretty decently this year with the cold.
Okay.
So
You'll want
we are waiting for
drain
that car to thaw out at this point.
Yeah, you're going to want her. You're going to want her to drain that because I'm still getting snow over here, and I think we're in for another cold snap before it's over.
Yep.
And
we're about to have one more cold snap.
You might have her drained at ASAP because if you blow that freeze plug, you're going to have to crawl in there and put a new one in.
Yeah. No,
and that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is cracking the block.
Yeah, no, we're gonna drain that sucker entirely. Before I get funky with that cheese whiz. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go use a little ferret's room.
Go.
I'm gonna turn up the music while I am out of here.
We all know that ferrets have pea-sized bladders.
Yeah, well, I've been chugging tea, so it just runs right through.
You missed the joke.
All right, I'm back. Like the music stopped while I was out. Fortunate. Pipes, you still there? Game over, man. Game over.
You do.
Yep, I'm back.
Okay.
I had to start
For
up the
whatever
menu.
reason, this thing doesn't like when I change screen.
I dig it. I can dig it. I can dig it. All right, let's see here. One more picture tonight. One more picture. Then I'll have 3 done. I can put some stuff up. Start populating some artwork out there. I gotta tickle that algorithm, and there's no undo button. So that little accident that I just did there. Dang.
Uh-oh. You did save that, right?
Oh yeah, no, these are all.
Oh,
I've got autosaves set up, so
Oh,
if
okay.
I did have like a crash or something like that, I could easily cover it. So, let's see here.
I'm trying to think. You don't have many pieces of art with motorcycles in them. The only one I can think of is the collage. Excuse me, the collage you're doing.
Oh, you know what? I can change that. Let's see here. Let's get some motorcycle art. You know, let's do the classic Akira slide. Do that. And do Scalpel Zero with on one of her many motorcycles. I'll draw her on her one of her call it the mag drive cycles. That's a very Akira looking bike too.
You know, that's funny. You know, you just got me thinking. You know, a pop culture reference, right?
Right.
It used to be a good thing, right? Where you had some kind of reference in there, and now it's like,
Right.
oh, you just. And I was thinking, the last really good one that did it right that nobody complained about was Ready Player One.
That was a fun movie. It was silly. It was fun. I never took it seriously. I know a whole bunch of people they went and they took that shit like way too seriously. And I'm like, bro, dude, it's just a giant Hasbro marketing ploy.
Well, but that's what we grew up with. I'm sorry, what the Transformers, GI Joes, what the cartoons we grew up with were literally 30-minute long toy commercials.
Yeah, no, for real.
So and I got to thinking about it because when Ghostbusters, the third Ghostbusters Afterlife, it's like, oh, it's just catering to the fanboys. And I'm going, no, actually, I think they did a pretty good job of bringing in the next generation to a certain extent. But yeah, you got to appeal to the base audience to get the next generation in the door, anyways.
Right. Yeah, no, that was exactly what it needed to be. It was fan service, 110%, and it worked. It absolutely worked.
Now I kind of got mixed feelings on Frozen Empire, but it wasn't in terms of modern movies. It's still better than most.
It was a healthy attempt at passing the torch to a new generation. It was kind of poorly executed. It had all the right elements, but it tried too hard, in my opinion.
After I think if they had left it alone in Afterlife and given it a couple of years to sit, and I think that's where their big mistake is. Because if you take a look with what we had to deal with growing up, we had years to wait from one movie to the next.
Yeah.
You know, And I think Hollywood is taking that for granted.
Yeah,
That hey, let's kind of space this out and make it worth that investment.
they're not allowing for any buildup. They're like, look, the iron's hot, let's beat it. And it's like, look, now you've over tempered the steel and it's fragile. That's the reality of it. It's like, I'm not even, you know,
I think because I
oh,
mean, Marvel's another one. It's like they could have done the first what 4 or 5 Marvel movies over a
yeah.
decade, and nobody would have complained.
There is.
I think if they had spread out just to Endgame
Yeah.
over a 10-year period, um, and not tried to go, we got to get the next one, we got to get the next one. I think that, or even 2 decades, it would have made more sense than passing the torch in that kind of a time frame than it is now.
Yeah.
Um, having Falcon be, fill the role of Captain America would have made more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was, we're going to go ahead and do something a little different here. Um, I decided I'm going to do something a little different. Real fun. Let's lock in some shit.
Because I think that's one of the things that I think has gone missing in cinema is the anticipation for the next one instead of going, yeah, I know when the next one's coming.
Yeah, yeah, no, you get burnt out real fast, and the magic is ruined. And I think Sargon of Akkad did a thing, um, like not too terribly long ago about why, and it was more directed to why you're not going to get a good Star Wars, uh, and it was because like these people, they're cargo cultists, like they don't understand where the airdrops come from, so they build their little wicker airplanes and their little wicker satellite dishes and their VR headsets made out of, all that shit. And they don't understand the magic. They don't get it. They really don't. They're a pale imitation of what it is.
Well,
You know?
when when we were younger, I heard the argument of candy and mass produced media. Um, and to a certain degree, okay, I can kind of bite on that, but even in our time of growing up, mainstream media, we didn't get everything dropped in all out where we can binge watch it. And, just wait. We had to actually sit by the clicker to look through the TV guide,
Yeah.
and wait week to week for that next episode. And I think part of it is there is a certain assembly line storytelling. Telling a story for the sake of telling a story instead of telling a compelling story.
Right.
And I think that's where a lot of the lot of things are lost in translation. Because if you were to take um, the story of Rey, right,
Mm-hmm.
from Star Wars, and you were to remove the Star Wars element, okay, just remove the Star Wars name and set it in any other universe, I think it could have gotten a pass.
Yeah,
in a lot
it
of
could
ways.
have been a good it would have been much better served as a new original IP. You know, I'm with you on that. Like for real.
Um, and that gets back into the conversation of, I have no problem with riding on the coattails of um a trope. Okay, but when you have to tie this the whole story onto an actual singular IP, it's I think you're robbing. Not only are you robbing yourself, but you're robbing your viewers of
Yeah.
something that could literally stand on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you are. You're doing everybody you're doing everybody a disservice. Um, I mean that's a lot of what they do is disservice, anyways. But often it's a vanity project. It's a like they're not looking at making the Star Wars IP as a final product. They're making it as a like this is what they're doing to build their resume. Oh, I did a Star Wars, and it's like, yeah, no, you shat all over a Star Wars is what you did, Leslie Headland. Uh, oh look at all these points that I got. Um, and like, dude, it's all dookie garbage. It's all poo poo caca. It's just shit. Is what it is. It's shit. This is what you're doing. Doing poo poo. Poo poo caca.
I like how you do that. It almost looks like you're doing a negative style painting, where everything's black and then you're painting the white.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I'm just getting in here and having a little fun with it, getting loosey goosey, kind of playing with some shapes. Yeah, just getting kind of really just playing with like form. Not really getting too serious about it. Letting the picture just come out.
Those trees almost look like willow style trees, like what you'd see in the South.
That's funny because I'm making buildings. I'm entertained.
Well, I see the buildings now, but at first, it looked like you're looking through a canopy of willow trees.
Right. Well, and this is an approach that I have when I'm doing like some cyberpunky type stuff. Is that I don't use like a lot of heavy rulers and stuff when I'm doing the backgrounds, because the city, the environment is a character. It's
right.
Yeah, it's artificial and whatnot. So I got to put in a lot of like square angles, a lot of things that you don't find in nature. But at the same time, I want it to have kind of like an organic feel as well. I want it to be alive. I want it to be a character.
Now this is a post-apocalyptic setting, right? The buildings are supposed to look like they're kind of in ruin.
No, not yet. But
okay.
Yeah, no. I'm just really just getting in here real rough. Like I'm letting it just kind of come together, and as I go through it, I'm gonna refine it more as I play with the shadows and whatnot. I really want to just get kind of like some base shapes. I really want it to be dirty too. It's got to be good and dirty.
Well, the way you got this picture at this moment, you could go like 3 different directions with this. You could either that could be a whole bunch of trunks of trees, or B, you could be looking through a canopy of trees with hanging vines and stuff. Like,
Right.
or you got your. I can see.
It was used as a chew toy by a pit bull. Um, um, was this scene that I did from Central America with a bunch of Borgs tromping through the wilderness. You know, and
Well, you say that, and it gets me thinking. If you think about most of Star Trek's on planet settings, right?
yeah,
I'd have to say probably about 50% of them or more take place on natural worlds where there really isn't a quote unquote civilization.
Yeah.
And now the original Star Trek, you had a lot of desolate areas. There were very few places where it was less life in the original. But as you got through into Next Gen, Voyager, and Deep Space Nine, that's when you really started seeing the use of jungles and natural settings.
I went silver on this one. Rey is still a Mary Sue, even without Star Wars. She is a Mary Sue. It really could have been something. Like, it really could have been something, but they didn't know how to do it. And, Ruin Johnson, I mean, that guy, man. I see that guy's name on anything, and I just avoid it. I see Ryan Johnson, I'm like, yep, nope, pass. I'm done. No, we're not even going to touch it. No, I'm not even going to touch it. That's just, I know it's crap. I know that it's pure garbage. He is garbage.
Oh, no argument. But whether Rey was Mary Sue or not, it's a trope. I think people would have been a little more willing to go, so she's a Mary Sue. Because I mean, it's a trope for a reason. I mean, you got your Marty Sue and Mary Sue, I think people would have been if it hadn't been so close, so heavily tied to. Uh, Hell, even it could have even been its own It's still been Star Wars without having to ride, Skywalker's coattails. You know, they might people might even it might even been a little less upset. You know, I'm not going to say that definitively, but I think it could have got maybe a little more past. It's been even its own standalone story within the Star Wars universe. I think they missed an opportunity. What was the other smuggler's name that had that B-wing style YT ship like Han's?
Gosh, I should know who you're talking about. Now it's just
you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was. Gosh.
Was it the Outrider? The name of the ship? Name of the ship, I think, is the Outrider, or something like that.
Totally drawing a blank here.
But anyways, I think the folks at home know who I'm talking about, and you do. Anyways, had they told that story, that character story, I think it would have done even better.
I think just about any story would have been better. And what it was is that they were trying, once again, it's cargo cultist material, because they're trying to recapture the magic of the original without understanding what made the original so magical in the first place. They're trying to do like all that,
Well, hell, I can't remember the actor that did the played Luke in the Mandalorian, but hell, if they'd taken him and another actress to play Leia and told Splinter of the Mind's Eye, that would have been something.
No, they totally could have. They absolutely could have.
I think more people would have been excited to see Splinter of a Mind's Eye on screen than all that anything else.
Right.
It's not bad.
Wanted to do, but that's okay. There is no undo. There is only Zule.
Dana's not here.
There is only Zule.
Actually, that's another good point. How let's step back for a second and look. How many good movies have come out of Saturday Night Live? Now, not recent years, but just you got Caddyshack, you got Ghostbusters, you've got Blues Brothers, just to name a few. And I'm going. I think that's the biggest point of where if anybody was going to make an argument that comedy is dead, that's where I would pick.
Right.
Because you get to thinking about it. You got Caddyshack and Bill Murray cleaning out the pool, and because they say that there's a turd loading in there, and it's a Milky Way.
Right.
You can't do that joke today.
No, you can't.
And it's a benign, and now it's disgusting, but it's a benign joke.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's one of those things.
No.
They have no sense of humor. They have no sense of fun. They're just a bunch of little party poopers crying about their politics. And I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up and tell a story. For real. But they're like, but there's so much injustice in the world. And it's like, yeah, you're part of it, bro.
Well, and there's all, I hate to say this, but there's always been injustice. And
they're always,
the
and you know what? For the foreseeable future, there shall be. So how about let's take a break from all this nonsense and just have a good time for a minute.
Well, not only to have a good time, you can acknowledge good and evil and right, wrong, and bad. Because, and this is where I think, and people have pointed this out for decades. One of the biggest differences between Marvel and DC. Where how bad are the bad guys? And it's we've watered down villains so much that outside of a few examples, Joker being one of them, there is no true evil villain anymore. Now it's just a misunderstood hero.
Oh God, I hate all that. I love a good sympathy for the devil. Don't get me wrong. I really do love a good sympathy for the devil. However, what they're doing is not it. What they're doing is like every bad guy is just misunderstood. There's no real evil. It's all a matter of perspective. And it's like, no, there is real evil. Real evil absolutely exists. There are people who are just absolutely evil. But then again, these are the same people that will say, oh, well, you voted for the person I don't like, so therefore you're pure evil. But this person who just, murdered half the universe, have sympathy for them because, they're just trying. And it's like, look, dude, they're an asshole. You're an asshole too. The sooner that we all come to terms with this, the sooner we can all just move the fuck on.
Well, that's that. I think that's the fun. One of the aspects of storytelling. Again, that because storytelling's meant to explore humanity and all its duality and multifacetedness.
Yeah, that's definitely a purpose. Yeah.
Because right, wrong, or indifferent. Just like you were talking about, Wonder Woman being a BDSM story origin. You know, you're right. Okay, but guess what? That's an aspect of the human being that created. And I'm going, being able to explore taboo ideas in writing. Okay, this is why characters like Hannibal Lecter. This is why characters like, Bates Motel.
I know who you're talking about, Norman Bates.
Okay, and exploring the taboo things. Okay, and going, hey, this is because it's not so far removed from reality. Of what humanity can be. It's like this is and being able to go, look, this is evil. Okay, and I've got kind of philosophical idea that without, a lot of people say without good you can't have, without one you can't have the other,
and Silver is absolutely right. Their villains are heroes and their heroes are villains. They have it all backwards. That's absolutely accurate. These guys, they are just all sorts of ass backwards stuff,
Well, and this is, believe it or not, I think a lot of this is science's fault. Okay, because when you say use the term cold, right? Scientists will
Right.
tell you, no, it's the absence of heat, right?
Right.
Or that there is no such thing as a vacuum. Well, hold on a second. 98% of the universe is a vacuum. That's its natural state, right?
Right.
Okay. 98% of the universe is cold. We're talking 2 degrees Kelvin.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not the absence of heat. Heat is the presence of an energy.
Right.
And
right.
I think that's where science is really kind of, because gravity it doesn't make up, quote unquote, gravity as we understand it does not make up 98% of the universe. Gravity
Right.
only occurs in pockets of the universe.
Right. Right. Yeah, I can see that.
And I think that's where a lot of the conversation has gotten lost, because it's like, in one hand, science has to classify things, so they have to put labels on it. I get that,
Right.
but they've gone so far the other way on that respect. But in the other, they've embraced the idea of necessary evil for the sake of good. Hey, I got to kill half the population because
Yeah, no, and that's the scary, like, social engineers that those people terrify me. I'll be frank. Like, those are the scariest. They're sick. Like, oh, you gotta do the population control. You gotta do this. We gotta do that. And it's like, yeah, but no, you don't. You're sick. Sick.
Well, it's like, okay, Magneto, right? Oh, we got to have mutant supremacy,
Yeah.
and to be fair, no offense, but we're only a few steps shy of that in society today, in many cultures right now. I mean, and I'm not going to name names or point fingers or anything, but that's
Right.
I mean, we have a society where it's like, not only are we supposed to celebrate one culture over another, but we're now supposed to almost worship them. And it's like, hold on a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. It's silly human shit, man. Silly humans. Silly humaning.
The more people I deal with, the more I like my animals.
Right. Yeah. There's a beautiful logic to all of that.
But no, and no, I'm just, and that's not to say that there aren't good. I think that's my whole point. It's not that there's not good humans. It's that humanity is far more complex than the storytelling they're trying to give us.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is. They're very simple. They're like children. Their stories are like they're juvenile in their structure, complexity, and nuance. I mean, they think they're really profound, and that's another big issue. It's like, dude, here, this story is not as profound as you may think it is. Well, it might just be shit.
And and that's one. And you're right, because I'm sitting here to a certain degree. I'm writing on a lot of the my story, Born Altered, is writing on the coattails of a lot of science fiction.
Right.
And my story could be crap. I'll be the first one to go. Maybe it'll be crap, but I'm hoping that just like we were talking, the right formula of humor, um, and character building, because honestly, the story. I think the story is just the vehicle. It's the characters that really make the story worth reading.
Right. Yeah,
And
no,
if-
it's the experience, the human experience. It's, you know, our is the challenge enough. It has to be have a challenge. One of the greatest things that I love about a good story is that, look, I love it when it looks like the hero's going to lose. I like it when it looks like it's a defined possibility. White Empire's like one of my favorite movies of all time, because it's like, dude, the good guys, yeah, they kind of won, but dude, they were on their heels like the whole damn movie, and they lost. They're set up to try and win the day next time, but it doesn't look very good because the bad guy was communicated to the audience to be this unstoppable power. And I love it. You know, speaking on that, just for a second, I have not watched the entirety of the Book of Boba Fett, but I do love a good redemption arc. But dude, like, it's a lot of work to redeem the guy that was told no disintegrations. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, and I'm not saying redemption arcs are always worthwhile, but you got a character like Boba Fett, who has a potential for redemption. But you take a character, and I hate to say it, but a character like Venom should not be on should never have been on a redemption arc. Okay.
Well, I thought they did that good in the comics, because it took a while. Like, it was a journey. It was a journey.
Okay, I guess Venom's a bad example, but not the worst, because you got to consider, it would have to take a host that had a far stronger will to do better, and they did do that to a certain degree, but the fact that Venom nearly corrupted Spider-Man, okay, you'd have to have a really heroic or a mentally capable person to be able to overcome that.
Yeah.
And honestly, if there was a character that could pull that off, and I hate to admit it, now I'm sure they did a decent job in the comic, but as far as known examples in the Marvel Universe, Captain America would probably be the only one I could think of that could actually pull that off. In terms of, because the fact that for the level of responsibility that Spidey has, I don't think he should have. And maybe it was bad storytelling, but I don't think Spider-Man should have been that easily tempted and swayed.
Well, I mean, and even if, as it were, even if as it were, it's still one of those things where it shows just how powerful this creature is, and that it can corrupt pretty much anybody. Eddie Brock would have needed a much better come to Jesus moment than what he got. I'm just
I think
how this is all looking here on the screen.
Let's see.
Yeah, some little bit of rough work there.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, just get the juices flowing again. I'll get it kind of flow. Whoa, hey, what's up, Phil? Glad to see you back. I missed him. He's probably gone again. He's probably like, man, fuck these guys. I'm too tall for this. Dude, he is really tall. I saw a picture of him. He is tall. I made the joke that, ma'am, Phil Diaz is that dude's so tall that Edmund Hillary came back for the dead just to climb him. Yeah, so I think this is good. I think.
Yeah, I think that for that could almost be that would almost make a good cover.
Right, it's just getting the juices loose. It's more about like form and chunking shapes out and doing like a refined picture where I actually like take my time and actually pencil and then render it. This is more exercising. This is just doing some burpees. You know what I mean?
All right. Right.
The juice is flowing again.
A couple front back goes.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of front back go. And then I'll export the time lapses and see how they come out. And I've got some artists and stuff that I could pair up the music with, and link to their SoundCloud and Spotify, or wherever they're selling their shit. I'd throw some links out there, link to their YouTube. It's a nice little arrangement. It helps everybody.
I'll throw you a link to Jamendo in chat later.
Let's see here. I'm gonna try one. I'm gonna export one time lapse right now. While I'm doing this, I'm just gonna say eyes. Oh, I guess that's as big as I can do it. No, we don't. We're gonna do all. We're gonna export because I can always. Let's go! Come on, computer, with your chunky ability to process stuff. Didn't take long. Almost. It's over a third way done now.
Well, you are making your computer work kind of hard. You got Skyrim sitting in the background.
I do. I just got it like chilling in the background right now.
And then you got your art app up, and then you got StreamYards and OBS, and you're making it earn its paycheck.
Unfortunately, it comes out. Let's see here. It comes out real potatoey with StreamYard, but yeah, this is what I've got. I've got Scalpel 21 right here.
Well, one of the things that I noticed, now it's not always true in every case, but a lot of streamers they go into first person view instead of third person.
Yeah, but
and that might help.
There's no clickbait with that. Besides, I don't like playing first person. I hate first person shooters. I'm so burnt out on them. It's like, oh yay, look, I have hands here. Oh, this is exciting.
I'm going to say
I'll show you what's exciting.
Here.
That's exciting.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let some cats out of the bag. The whole reason why guys play female characters and third person female characters is so that they can stare at something while they're playing.
And see, like in first person, it doesn't. The gun mod I have for Skyrim doesn't. It's not as good. But if I'm in third person, I've got an arc. I've got a ballistic arc, so I can actually see where I'm pointing and stuff. And
so basically, you got a laser dot. You got a laser dot mod.
Well, no, it's not a laser dot mod. It's an archery cursor mod that allows you to see your ballistic arc. Yeah, see, and I just got some machine gun action going on here.
Skyrim with machine guns.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of Evil Dead and Army of Darkness aesthetic going, huh?
And sometimes you just gotta bust out with a double knives, Good animations. A little jiggly physics. Jiggly!
You got CVVC installed.
Oh, I've got 3DA, full SMP skin mesh physics. That's why the hair is all like that, and then the bandana, like full skin mesh physics. Item
What are you running
placement,
for
weapon
hardware?
placement.
Just
Oh, I've got
out of
a
curiosity.
Ryzen 9 3900 with 64 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm running a GeForce RTX 3060 Ti.
Yeah, I got to get mine put together. I've got a 13th gen i7 and a 2060 RTX.
Nice. All right, so let's see here. Has that thing finished exporting? So let's go ahead and just add it in. Media source, new temporary thing. Now here's the real question: where the hell did I export it to?
Go through the step of exporting it again and see what file it exports to.
Yeah, right. I gotta go do that.
Well, don't commit to it. Just go through the initial step and see what
exactly. Export time lapse. It does not. Nope. Hopefully it's not writing over the old one. No, cancel. Maybe it's in Clip Studio. All right, that's all right. I can find it.
Would it be under recents? Unless it's or does recents only work with what's open?
And we'll find. I'm running a search for it right now.
Oh, okay.
I forgot where I had that all set up to export to. I recently had to redo the entire a whole bunch of stuff. So let's see here.
Had to do a wipe and reinstall, huh?
I've had to do a couple of data recoveries. Like I said, man, this last year, this was brutal. It was brutal. All right, let's see here. Oh my gosh, so much stuff. I should have done it by drive. Couldn't have. Going through files, so many files. I know that it exports it as an MP4. So good.
Okay. Search MP4 and then sort by earliest to latest.
Right now it's recovering all. Wow, there's a lot of redundant files. I really got to go through this stuff again. Yeah. Oh shit, I totally forgot. I thought that was lost.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Thank God for small miracles.
Yeah, no, that's there's a bunch of stuff. Bunch of stuff I was looking for.
I'm surprised you haven't mirrored your hard drive.
Well, I did back up a whole bunch of stuff, but I just kind of like threw it into folders. As I was having some major issues. So I was like, okay, I gotta back up this data, and I might have backed it up a couple of times. Like, dude, this last week I cleaned out 300 gigabytes off of one of the drives, redundant files, and some files where I don't associate with those people anymore. So it's like, God, no, that can go in the garbage. Go in the garbage. Here's another thing. See here, where do we go? No, those are. Gosh. Nope. Weird. Nope, that's something else entirely.
Can you search by date?
That's a good question. Normally, I don't have to go look at this. There we go. So, question is, where did I hide? Go check my searches. It's not letting me sort by that. Alright. What the heck? Oh! A whole bunch of... Wow, I got a bunch of old World War II military training. Military training.
Well, yeah, because whatever you opened, you roboted it out for a second.
Oh, I did. Yeah, yeah. The computer is kind of busy. It is kind of busy right now. All right, hurry up and finish your search.
You're pushing her to the limit tonight.
What's that?
I said you're pushing her to the limit tonight.
I am. I do like to do that. Take it to the limit one more time. Where the heck? Let's see if... Nope. Not there. Huh. Ain't that a bitch? That's... Alright, so we're getting towards the end here. Alright, well, it should be easy. Gotta look at the dates. Days. Video that has been saved this year. So. Videos this. Wow. That's an older file. Oh, come on. Where did I hide you? Where did I hide? Gotta be here somewhere. See, that's... Oh. What the heck, man? What the heck? Where... Here, let's see if I can find drive for this. Alright, come on. I want to get on with my day here. Hurry up, computer. Make me angry. Making me angry.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
That's right. Alright, let's open up that. Dang it. That's
So are we
not
calling
it.
your computer Mr. McGee now?
Right? No, this thing's the beast. And it is a beast. Not bad for a computer that's like 5 years old now.
That's not bad.
Yeah. And it survived a horrible trip across the country. That was brutal.
movers beat the hell out of it, huh?
Where is? Oh, you know what? I realized I might be able to find it. Manage work. It's saved on this device. No, that's a whole bunch of.
Would it be in your notifications that it completed?
No.
Hmm.
I don't think so. Gonna close it. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care to think it.
You know, that's one thing I wish Microsoft would put in. If you're doing a project like what you're trying to do, where you're going, hey, I need this saved, and it was in your notification saying, yep, it's complete. Oh, it clicked open.
All right, so let's see here. We're gonna organize by date modified. Oh, you dirty son of a bitch.
It went the other way, didn't it?
It did, and it's reloading everything.
Oh.
I hate you so much.
Who, me or the computer?
The computer.
Oh, okay.
I hate you, Microsoft. I hate Bill Gates more than anything right now. He sure does like some penis in his butthole. I'll tell you what. Bill Gates is all about the penis in his butthole. Not even like friendly penis in the butthole. We're talking like angry penis in his butt.
Well, the company's not called Microsoft. You know, for
that's
you know.
Right. Because it's to deflect, to get people to think that's exactly what he doesn't like. Big, hard penis in his butthole. Angry penis.
Well, that's probably why she divorced you.
You know why elephant have 4 feet? Because 3 feet just doesn't do it for Bill Gates. He's out there on his corn farms milking bulls.
Uh-huh. I'm surprised he didn't go to work for Glock.
Oh, yo, Dave, what's up, dude? Hey, man, I just saw you in the chat, so hopefully I didn't miss you. Yeah, I was using let me see, I'm looking for a file right now, but I was using the Chunky Spray and Scratch Knife from Jimmy Reyes's brush pack that I bought. I got that, and I got his inking class as a big old package, and that was really that was a good deal. So yeah, I just kind of like getting back into the swing of things. So just getting really loosey goosey, just being messy, being dirty. That's what tonight was about. Tonight, that's what tonight's thing. Oh, one phone and just yeah, no, because I'm working with one monitor. Absolutely sucks because I've got my phone out, but it's a small target, so it's easy for me to miss it, especially since I'm like all caught up in looking for this file.
You know, some apps allow and Windows, I think, is allowing for you to cast to a bigger screen without having to actually wire anything up to the computer, right?
Yeah, no, I just here, I'm gonna turn off that logo. I'm gonna re-export this. Let's see. It does not give me a place, but let's see if it pops up when it's done. This time I'm not gonna tab away from it. I want to watch the entire process. But yeah, no, Dave, I just kind of like went back and forth, just kind of loosey goosey, just get funky with it. Getting a little funky with it. A little. Well, the biceps are way too big on it, but I don't care. The point was, there is no undo. There is only Zule. All done on one layer. And no rag reeds. This is Neon Revenant from Rock Hard Comics. I'm going to be working on this book. This won't be the art style for the book. But, see, there we go. Okay. Now I didn't see. Should have been paying attention. But no.
We're too broke to pay attention.
Yeah, paying attention's expensive. So I'm going to have to make a new folder. This is going to be time lapses. Post it. I'm going to call this Revenant. Zero one. Save it in there. We're going to save MP4. I'm going to load up the MP4 into the OBS and see how it looks. Playing it back. See here, is it done? Are we done? Are we finished? We have exported. Okay, cool. And say okay. Ooh, that is tiny. There we go. So this comes out. Going. Of course, there's.
Yep.
No, I'm not gonna do the book in that kind of style. I mean, it's gonna be dirty. It's gonna be gritty, but this is just. I'm just cut loose a little bit, man. You know, just kind of relaxing. I really haven't done a lot of art in a while, so I just gotta cut loose and not give a shit for a minute. You know, do some controlled chaos exercise, kind of. You know, and as you can see here with the time lapse, I kind of went back and forth a little bit. But there might be some of this aspect, like some of the techniques that I've used in this, that'll go into the book. I think the book's going to have a little bit of a Jay Lee feel, but without getting as abstract as he gets. I mean, I love his art, but that dude, sometimes he gets like way out there where you're just like, dude, what kind of chemicals are you putting into your body, bro?
Caffeine and nicotine.
Dude, he gets out there. I think there's a lot of sleep deprivation and bad cheese before bedtime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a bad cheese.
Well, you know, some of the best work comes from the most unstable personalities in the world.
I really just wanted to kind of have fun, limit myself on the number of tools that I'm going to use, no undoing, only moving forward, and see what comes of it.
Well, you've seen some of that splash, because you're doing a lot of like that street art, you know, splash style, where they'll use multicolor layers of paint, and then they'll trim it off and make, you know, alien worldscapes and
oh yeah, dude, I love that stuff.
In a lot of ways, that's all you're doing with just less color.
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting a little funky with the cheese whiz, and that's it. That was it. That was the. Oh, wait. Apparently there was more.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That should be it, because I think the lines were the last thing you did. The radiant lines were the last thing you did on that piece.
Yeah. We'll watch that again. See how that kind of comes out.
Excuse me.
Zoom time. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, this was just getting kind of funky with it. I think it kind of came out with like a little bit of like a Beasley, Jay Lee, Cyber City kind of like anime kind of vibe to it as well. Big hair, small face.
And I'll hit you in DM so you can send me some of those pictures, and I'll color them for you.
Word, yeah, no, I'll get you a good. What file format do you prefer?
JPEG or RAW. I think I can handle RAW.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll just upload it to. I'll set up a Google Drive or something.
Okay,
Throw it
yeah,
on.
because no, I just got Photoshop Touch on one of my tablets. And that's what I use to tell.
Auto Martyr. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, cause dude, I do love early TMNT, and I've been trying to have cause I had to create a whole new Twitter account. That was part of what happened last year. That was devastating.
That's funny. That's the second time. That's the second time they've been mentioned tonight.
Yeah, I lost my Twitter due to my own error. I lost the password, and so that was it. All that work just gone, and so I'm rebuilding. So I had to train my Twitter algorithm to give me a feed that I want, which is, I think it's much better now under Musk, like the Twitter algorithm training.
Oh yeah.
Because it's already starting to learn what I want. It's feeding me a lot of black and white artwork. It's feeding me a lot of indie comics. It's still throwing like crap bait and stuff like that at me. But at the same time, like, okay, whatever. Whatever. But I tell it, no, I don't want to see this content. No, I don't want to see the over political stuff. I'm here for artwork. I'm here for good entertainment. I've been getting like some really nice like black and white artwork. Didn't throw my way. I was like, dude, that's tight. And I'm seeing a lot more of the indie guys that I used to have to go digging for their stuff on the old Twitter, as opposed to the way X handles it. I used to have to go digging for their stuff every time I wanted to go check up on their artwork. Now it's shoved in my face, and I'm like, dude, thank you. That's so much better. That's a much better product. Yeah, and I'm gonna get the money together. So I just got to clear the budget. Things are tight. I'm in Illinois, man, and we're running.
traditional art and adding those finer touches, the quality just gets better as you add steps to a certain extent.
Like, yeah, I think the future of it, honestly, is in the refining process. I think the future of it is in the refining process, and that, but you know, I'm with Dave on this. How AI is being integrated everywhere, and it's like, dude, sometimes I just want to use a hammer and chisel. I don't need to use a power tool. I don't need a belt sander. You know, I just want to grab a piece of sandpaper.
Well,
and
you make a good point. You know, not necessarily everything needs that that ungodly level of work. You know, sometimes, and you're right. You know, sometimes charcoal and a piece of paper, it will get you just as far. And I've seen some great artists with charcoal and paper.
Yeah.
And again,
and that's something I think it's a valuable skill for a lot of even like digital artists. I'm like, learn how to work with something that's unforgiving. If you are so dependent on the undo button, your life's gonna suck. Like it's gonna suck. You're gonna be in a world of hurt. Learn how to work with chaos. Learn how to do it. You know, before you dude, before I was ever allowed to touch a power saw of any kind, I had to saw wood by hand.
Well, you know, I was thinking back when I was growing up. You know, I was talking to my uncle about this. You know, power drills. What was that? You actually had a hand crank drill that you had.
Dude, I had one of those, and I had to learn how to use like a hand router and hand drill with a little camshaft crank.
Yeah.
I had to learn how to use that before I was ever allowed to use a power drill.
And to be honest, there are, you know, I watch some of these Hot Wheels. These guys do Hot Wheels Ridgeline restores and whatnot, and you know, you can't take some of these bigger tools to something like that. You have to really get into the fine and nitty gritty and actually have to do everything by hand. You know, you got to hand punch. And, you know, you got to really be careful. There, you screw up and you might as well throw the car away.
Yeah. That's an interesting. Getting funky. I'm watching it on my phone too. So
yeah. Are you seeing what I was saying about looking like trees?
Yeah. Yeah.
At
no,
that
totally.
point.
No, I totally see it looking like trees. All I would have to have done was just draw some leaves hanging from the top of the picture and some branches. You know, it could totally been the nature scene.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You could have easily went 2 or 3 different directions really easily.
Right. And that's the fun about controlling chaos. You just have some fun with it. Don't be so strict. You know, there'll be plenty of time to be a nitpicky asshole later. It's not a place to be an asshole. Not at church.
Now, silly question. In the process, in this app that you're using,
yeah,
you can go back to any save point, right?
No.
No? Okay, so once it's overwritten, it's overwritten.
Yeah, once it's done, it's done.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I do have. I mean, I might. I don't know, because it is a much larger file size because I am. I am, what do you call it? Recording a time lapse with the picture. So, and it just basically takes one brush stroke and says that that's a frame.
Okay. The reason I asked this is because you remember how I was mentioning that Todd McFarlane basically sold his own Spider-Man art for Spawn.
Right.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I was thinking was, and to a certain degree, this is just as much cheating as anything else. But if you were to take some of the work that you have done, and instead of having to start per se from scratch, you could at least have some template to modify for something else, even if it was just for one frame on a comic page.
Right. Well, and that leads into another thing where I emphasize this to a lot of young artists, like my son who's 11. He's learning how to do art, and I'm like, be willing to draw the same picture 1,000 times. And he went and took an entire sketchbook and filled it up with the same picture. I was like, okay, cool, yeah, because I've got an agreement with him. He fills up the sketchbook with legitimate drawings, and I replace his sketchbook, no questions asked. I was like, all right, here you go, new sketchbook. And basically what he did is he drew a hand over and over and over again. Kid's 11 years old and is well beyond his years in skill and ability. He's gonna be really good when he grows up, man. That kid's gonna be disgustingly.
Well, and I'm let me caveat this. And I'm not disagreeing with your the education. My
Right.
thought is if you're going to be doing the amount of art, because like we were saying with that one piece, you could have went 3 different directions with that one singular piece, and with the way this software that you're running works, if you do it, go back to the early prototype level of, and then paint it in whatever direction you wanted, again, without necessarily having to go all the way back to scratch.
Right.
And
yeah, no, I mean, and yeah, no, and that's one of the beautiful things about doing commercial art digitally, is that you can pull out a picture, you can trace it, you can, people say trace it. You're really not tracing. You're drawing over it, using it as an under reference, and there is no cheating in commercial art. There is only the result, and people get on Eric July's artists about tracing and stuff like that, and I'm like, no, it's not the tracing the problem. It's the fact that background is soulless. Is the problem? Is that yes, they use the commercial art cheat, but the result is less than desirable. It ends up being this soulless background where it just feels stiff. It's not alive. The background's not alive. It has no breath.
Well,
and I'm not digging on the artist.
No.
There's nothing personal there. This is purely professional. This is me with my evil red pen saying, yo, I'm a circle the problems here. And I look at the backgrounds and I'm like, that's boring. But you can go look at some of these manga books where they've lightboxed a photograph that they took. They took a photograph, had it blown up, they lightboxed it, and then they go over black and white, and that background is alive. It's Tokyo. It's Hokkaido. It's whatever city the story takes place in, and it's alive. It's breathing. Like you could almost smell, the flowers on the breeze. You could taste the cold bite of the winter wind, and it, commercially speaking, it's the same process.
Well, Disney for their animation kind of did the same idea, where they actually used layered cells for their backgrounds. It's kind of the same concept.
Right. Now I just gotta hit up my guy and get some music. I'm gonna get some music. Throw on for the background of this.
Actually, I don't. You got no. You got if you got an artist already lined up. Yeah, no, that's.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm always looking for more, man, because it's kind of like a thing of like, yo, if I could use your music in the background, I'll whatever links you want me to throw out there, but that's my budget. I'm sorry, but you know, if that's a deal breaker for you, I absolutely understand. There are no hard feelings whatsoever, but I'm not making any money.
You might check out Laserhawk. I don't know if he's even interested in doing something like that, but yeah, check out some of his stuff. He's done some of his music over like 90s animes.
Nice.
And I think some of it, not all of it, some of it might fit you the aesthetic you're going for.
Yeah, I've got a few different people lined up for this stuff that do that kind of cyberpunky kind of stuff.
Well, he's doing more a cross between Miami Vice and Knight Rider electronica style.
Oh, I'm familiar with Laserhawk. No, I love Laserhawk. It's that synthwave.
Yeah,
synthwave vibe.
And I gotta admit, a lot of the stuff that he puts his music over, it's fun. You know, I like his Redline album.
Oh, dude, grossly underrated anime. I'm glad to see that finally, years after it came out, people are starting to finally catch on to that. I'm like, that anime Redline is how to draw things going fast. Like, just pause it at any race scene, and it's like, that's how you draw something going fast. That is a masterclass on how to do that, how to communicate. This is just silly fast.
Dream Machine. He put Dream Machine over that.
Yeah. You know, I've heard like some real good. I've watched some really good Redline AMVs, and I'm probably gonna go watch it again here in the next couple of days because I was just talking about Redline with somebody, and dude, yeah, no, that's an intense.
Now, speaking of AMVs, anime music videos, have you checked out Sturgill Simpson and Sound and Fury?
Send me a link on that.
Well, it's a Netflix, and it's got it's kind of got a heavy metal vibe to it. It does tell a story. It's not coherent. It's jumbled all over the place. He doesn't have it set in a timeline. I mean, you get kind of an opening, you get the end, and then you get the middle, and then it kind of goes off into tangent, and then it comes back, kind of thing. But the music, I like the music, and I like the anime, the art that's behind it. Because there's no dialogue. There's no. It's strictly like a 45-minute music video, but it's got the original heavy metal aesthetic to it of just just how it's laid out and put together.
Oh, nice.
And just no dialogue, but you have a set of characters that are consistent throughout this. Okay, there are it's not like you're getting one character and then another character. You're getting for the predominant part. There's the at least 3 established main characters, or 4,
right.
Excuse me, and yeah, it goes off into other tangents that's not related directly with the characters, but more to kind of the story itself, and it's kind of fun. The guy is out of and now it is English and lyrics, but the guy's out of Denmark or Norway, one of the two. And a lot of his other stuff is kind of country. This is actually more. It's a heavier rock style. I wouldn't call it. There is a little bit of a country aesthetic, but it's actually more rock, and it's also got some. He actually integrates Japanese elements into it too.
Okay.
And what I would consider the main character is a gal. You know, she's kind of got Ronin Japanese style dress. She's driving a Barracuda or Challenger, an older one. And if I was going to cross it, you've seen Fairy Tale, right?
I've seen bits and
The
pieces
anime?
of it. My kids have been
Okay.
trying to get me to watch it. And
Okay, well,
I really should.
you're kind of aware of who Scarlet Earth is, then, right?
I don't know any of the characters' names.
Oh, okay. She's the
I'm
redhead
familiar
gal
with
with
some of
the-
the aesthetics.
Okay, the Scarlet's the gal that's got the swords and the kind of the knight aesthetic sometimes.
Right.
Okay. Anyways, this gal she fights with swords. She shoots like Annie Oakley, and she drives like Daisy Duke.
Okay.
Okay. Just to kind of give you, because there's fights, there's robots, there's Japanese, you know, older style Japanese. You got it is fun if you actually watch it, and the music the music's really good, I think. But yeah, it's on Netflix. Not that, you know, if something's good, something's good. I don't care where it's coming from. I mean,
Oh yeah, no, dude, I'm not one of those people that like, oh, this one show sucked or this just complete garbage. I'm canceling all my services from. Like, yeah, dude, it's one show, and you know what? Don't watch it. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. They don't care if you unsubscribe. There's always a new sucker. They don't give a shit.
no, and I'm not going to deprive, because now I'll be fair. There is a there is a bit of social commentary, but I don't. It's not heavy-handed in my opinion.
Right.
You know, because it's really hard to tell any kind of story without something.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean,
but-
it's just it is what it is today.
but I digress. The music's good, the story's good, and it's not a heavy hand. There's no heavy-handedness in it, you know.
Right.
And I think it's not heavy-handed in my opinion. It's basically a post-apocalyptic world, and this gal going through and trying to get revenge is the long and short of the major story.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna call it an evening here,
All right, well,
and I
Don't
want
have
to
too
thank you
much
very
fun.
much for joining me, man. Where can folks find you, dude?
I'm occasionally on Twitter. And right now that's the best place to find me.
I can dig it.
Right now I'm not putting too much out in the way of what's going on. A lot of that's in the back room right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I think most anybody watching this is already in the back room. If they're not too far from it.
Yeah. Well, you know, my chat's showing that we got 7 people watching it, almost 3 o'clock in the morning Central American time. So that's nuts. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining me.
Yeah, thanks
we
for
get
putting up
these,
with my.
Hey, no, you're
ramblings.
good company. You're good company. You know, we got to keep people entertained while I'm sitting here doodling pictures and whatnot. You know, it is what it is. and I appreciate the company.
Well, and I I like talking about storytelling and just kind of the history and stuff, and the things that make this worthwhile. I mean, what inspired us to well, at least me to do what I want to do.
Right. Yeah.
'Cause-
Have a little bit of fun. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Anyway.
I'm definitely gonna have some. I'm gonna get some more stuff done, and like this was good to just kind of cut loose a little bit, just get funky with the cheese whiz, and get back into the swing of things. It's the first live stream I've done in forever. No, I am gonna pull the live stream. I'm not gonna pull it. I'm just gonna set it off to the side. And then I'll be back either here or my gaming channel, Tank Ferret Gaming. And there I'm going to be doing Scalpel 21 comic book character versus Skyrim. Over 2,000 mods. I'm bringing some firearms to Skyrim because, fuck dragons. I'm gonna fill
You
up
wear
full of
his
bullets.
boomstick.
Well, and see, the thing is, it's also set on like legendary difficulty, so the guns aren't exactly unfair. It actually balances out. Like, it's going to be really annoying having to replenish ammo. So we might be getting into some local flavors, but using a character that is more geared for a science fiction comic book than a fantasy adventure.
But isn't that what made Army of Darkness such a fun movie?
Right. And I almost did give her a shotgun. I did. I really did. I came very close to giving her a shotgun just so I could say, this is my boomstick. Hell, I almost gave her a grenade launcher with just one full load of grenades. Because, that's funny. Alright, folks. I'll see y'all later. You have yourselves a great one. And I'll try to work out a good streaming schedule. It all depends. I'm a housewife. So, the wife got a better job than I had. So, we like money.
Okay, Tony.
Which is great, because it lets me stay... It gives me more time to work on the comics and stuff. We got a lot of great stuff coming out this.
So the question is, who is the boss?
Right. It depends on the subject and the time of day.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a good wife. All right, eat your heart out, Donna Reed.